Al-Amidi, Ghurur 87. Sermon 197. Those companions of Muhammad, Amir al-Mu'mineen's attachment to the Holy Prophet, the performance of his funeral rites.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام
ينبهه فيها على فضيلته لقبول قوله وأمره ونهيه. Those companions of Muhammad, the peace and blessing of Allah be upon him and his descendants, who were the custodians, know that I never disobeyed Allah or his messenger, one, the peace and blessing of Allah be upon him and his descendants, at all, and by virtue of the courage, too, with which Allah honored me. I supported him with my life on occasions when even the brave turned away and feet remained behind.
ولقد علم المستحفظون من أصحاب محمد صلى الله عليه وآله أن لم أرد عليه الله ولا جيع عليه رسوله ساعة قط، ولقد واسيته بنفسي في المواطن التي تنكس فيها الأبطال وتتأخر الأقدام، نجدة أكرمني الله بها.
When the Prophet, the peace and blessing of Allah be upon him and his descendants, died, his head was on my chest, and his breath blew over my palms, and I passed it over my face. I performed his ablution, may Allah bless him and his descendants, and the angels helped me. The house and the courtyard were full of them. One party of them was descending, and the other was ascending. My ears continually caught their humming voice as they invoked Allah's blessing on him, till we buried him in his grave. Thus, who can have greater rights with him than I during his life or after his death? Therefore, depend on your intelligence and make your intentions pure in fighting your enemy, because I swear by him who is such that there is no God but he, that I am on the path of truth and that they are on the misleading path of wrong. You hear what I say, and I seek Allah's forgiveness for myself and for you.
وقد قبض رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وإن رأسه لعلي صدري وقد سالت نفسه في كفه فأمررتها على وجهيه ولقد وليت غسلته صلى الله عليه وآله والملائكة أعواني فضجت الدار والأفنية من لا يهبط وما يعرج وما فارقت سمعي هينمة منهم يصلون عليه حتى وارناه في ضريحه فمن ذا أحق به مني حيا وميتا فانفذوا على بصائركم ولتصطدقوا نياتكم في جهاد عدوكم فوالذي لا إله إلا هو إني لعل جادة الحق وإنهم لعل معل مزلة الباطل. أنخطق ما تسمعون ونستغفر الله لي ولكم. Alternative sources for Sermon 197. Al-Amidi, Ghurur 243. Al-Mufid, Al-Amali, see Al-Majlisi, Bihar, Volume 17, 105. 1. Ibn Abil Hadid has written that Amir al-Mu'mineen's saying that he never disobeyed the commands of the Prophet is a sort of taunt to those who felt no hesitation in rejecting the Prophet's commands and sometimes even checked him. For example, when, at the time of the Peace of Al-Hudaybiyah, the Prophet was agreeable to negotiate peace with the unbelievers among the Quraysh, one of the companions became so enraged that he expressed doubts about the prophethood of the Prophet, whereupon Abu Bakr had to say, "Woe be to you! Keep clinging to him. He is certainly Allah's messenger, and he will not ruin him." The introduction to the oath. Inna and the word of emphasis, lam, which are used here to create conviction about the prophethood, shows that the addressee had gone farther than mere doubt, because these words of emphasis are employed only when the stage of denial has been reached. However, if belief required absence of doubt, the presence of doubt must imply defect in the belief,
As Allah says, "The believers are only those who believe in Allah and His Messenger. They doubt not thereafter." Similarly, when the Prophet intended to say the funeral prayers of Ubay ibn Salul, the same companion said to him, "How do you intend to seek forgiveness for this chief of hypocrites?" And he even drew away the Prophet by catching the skirt. Then the Prophet had to say, "No act of mine is beside the command of Allah." In the same way, the Prophet's command to accompany the force of Usama ibn Zayd was ignored. The greatest of all these insolences was displayed in connection with the Prophet's intention to write down his advice as to when such a blame was laid against the Prophet, which proves an absence of belief in the commands of the Shari bracket. And creates a doubt about each command as to whether it is based on divine revelation or just the result of mental disorder. 2. Who can deny that the ever-successful Lion of Allah, Ali ibn Abi Talib, shielded the Prophet on every critical occasion and performed the duty of protecting him by dint of the courage and valor gifted to him by Allah? The first occasion of risking his life was when the unbelievers from the Quraysh decided finally to kill the Prophet, and Ali slept on his bed surrounded by enemies and under the direct peril of swords, whereby the enemies were not able to succeed in their aims. Then, in those battles where the enemies used to attack the Prophet together, and where the feet of even the reputed heroes could not stand firm, Amir al-Mu'minin remained steadfast with the banner in his hand. Abd al-Barr and al-Hakim writes about it. Ibn Abbas says that Ali had 4 qualities which no one else possessed. Firstly, he was the first among Arabs and non-Arabs to have said prayers with the Messenger of Allah. Secondly, he always had the banner of Islam in his hand in every battle. Thirdly, when people ran away from the Prophet, Ali remained with him. And fourthly, it was he who gave the Prophet his funeral ablution and laid him in his grave. A study of the holy wars of Islam fought in the Prophet's days leaves no doubt that, except for the Battle of Tabuk, in which Amir al-Mu'minin did not partake, all other battles bear testimony to his fine performance, and all the successes are due to his valor. Thus, in the Battle of Badr, 70 unbelievers were killed, half of whom were killed by Ali's sword. In the Battle of Uhud, when victory changed into defeat as a result of the Muslims engaging themselves in the collection of booty, and they fled away under the sudden attack of the enemy, Amir al-Mu'minin remained steadfast, taking jihad to be a religious obligation, and displayed such conspicuous performance in support and defense of the Prophet that the Prophet too acknowledged it, and also the angel. Again, in the Battle of the Trench, the Prophet was accompanied by 3,000 combatants, but none dared face Amr ibn Abdawad. At last, Amir al-Mu'minin killed him and saved the Muslims from ignominy. In the Battle of Hunain, the Muslims were proud of their number because they were 10,000, while the unbelievers were only 4,000. But here too they leapt onto the booty, as a consequence of which the unbelievers gained the opportunity and pounced upon them. Bewildered with this sudden attack, the Muslims fled away, as the Holy Quran says, "Most certainly did Allah help you in many fields. And on the day of Hunain, when made you vain your great number, but they availed you nothing, and was straitened the earth against you with all its extensiveness, then ye turned back in retreat." On this occasion also, Amir al-Mu'minin was steady like a rock, and eventually, with Allah's support, victory was achieved. Sermon 198. Allah knows the cries of the beasts in the forest. Allah's attribute of omniscience. Allah knows the cries of the beasts in the forest, the sins of the people in seclusion, the movements of the fishes in the deep seas, and the rising of the water by tempestuous winds. I stand witness that Muhammad is the choice of Allah, the conveyor of his revelation, and the messenger of his mercy. Advantages of fear of Allah.
الوصية بالتقوى.
Now then, I advise you to fear Allah, who created you for the first time. Towards Him is your return. With Him lies the success of your aims. At Him terminate your desires. Towards Him runs your path of right, and He is the aim of your fears. Certainly, fear of Allah is the medicine for the sickness of your hearts, sight for the blindness of your spirits, the cure for the ailments of your bodies, the rectifier of the evils of your breasts, the purifier of the pollution of your minds, the light of the darkness of your eyes, the consolation for the fear of your heart, and the brightness for the gloom of your ignorance.
أما بعد فإني أوصيكم بتقوى الله الذي ابتدأ خلقكم وإليه يكون معادكم وبه نجاح طلبتكم وإليه منتهى رغبتكم ونحوه قصد سبيلكم وإليه مرام مفزعكم فإن تقوى الله دواء داء قلوبكم وبصر عماء أفئدتكم وشفاء مرض وأن جسادكم وصلاح فساد صدوركم وطهور الدنس أنفسكم وجلاء عشاء أبصاركم وأمن فزع جاشكم وضياء سواد الدار
ظلمتكم. Therefore, make obedience to Allah the way of your life and not only your outside covering. Make it your inner habit instead of only outer routine. Subtle enough to enter through your ribs. The guide for all your affairs. The watering place for your getting down. The interceder for the achievement of your aims. Asylum for the day of your fear. The lamp of the interior of your graves. Company for your long loneliness. And deliverance from the troubles of your abodes. Certainly, obedience to Allah is a protection against encircling calamities, expected dangers, and the flames of burning fires.
فاجعلوا طاعة الله شعارا دون دثاركم ودخيلا دون شعاركم ولطيفا بين أهضاعكم وآمرا فوق أموركم ومنهلا لحي وردكم وشفيعا لدرك طلبتكم وجنة ليوم فزعتكم ومصابيح لبطون قبوركم وسكنا لطول وحشتكم ونفسا
لكن رب مواطنيكم فإن طاعة الله حرز من متالف مكتنفة ومخاوف متوقعة وأهوار النيران موقدة. Therefore, whoever entertains fear of Allah, troubles remain away from him after having been near. Affairs become sweet after their bitterness. Waves recede from him after having crowded over him. Difficulties become easy for him after occurring. Generosity reigns fast over him after there had been famine. Mercy bends over him after it had been loathe. The favors spring forth on him after they had been dried, and blessing descends over him in showers after being scanty. So, fear Allah, who benefits you with His good advice, preaches to you through His messenger, and obliges you with His favors. Devote yourselves to His worship, and acquit yourselves of the obligation of obeying Him.
فمن أخذ بالتقوى عزبت عنه الشدائد بعد ذنوبها وحلوا لولت له الأمور بعد مرارتها وانفرجت عنه الأمواج بعد تراكمها وأحسهلت له الصعاب بعد انصابها وهطلت عليه الكرامة بعد قحوطها وتحدى بت عليه الرحمة بعد نفورها وتفجرت عليه النعم بعد نضوبها ووبلت عليه البركة بعد إرذاذها فاتقوا الله الذي نفعكم بموعظته ووعظكم برضاه. سألته وطممتا عليكم بنعمته، فاعبدوا أنفسكم لعبادته وأخرجوا إليه من حق طاعته. About Islam. فضل الإسلام. This Islam is the religion which Allah has chosen for himself, developed it before his eyes, preferred it as the best among his creations, established its pillars on his love. He has disgraced other religions by giving honor to it. He has humiliated all communities before its sublimity. He has humbled its enemies with his kindness and made its opponents lonely by according it his support. He has smashed the pillars of misguidance with its columns. He has quenched the thirst of the thirsty from its cisterns and filled the cisterns through those who draw its water. He made Islam such that its constituent parts cannot break. Its links cannot separate. Its construction cannot fall. Its columns cannot decay. Its plant cannot be uprooted. Its time does not end. Its laws do not expire. Its twigs cannot be cut. Its parts do not become narrow. Its ease does not change into difficulty. Its clarity is not affected by gloom. Its straightness does not acquire curvature. Its wood has no crookedness. Its vast paths have no narrowness. Its lamp knows no putting off, and its sweetness has no bitterness. ثم جعله لا انفصاما لعروته ولا فك لحلقته ولا انهداما لأساسه ولا زوالا لدعائمه ولا انقلاعا لشجرته ولا انقطاعا لمدته ولا عفاء لشرائعه ولا جذلا لفروعه ولا ضنكا لطرقه ولا أعثوثة لسهولته ولا سوادا لوضوحه ولا عواجا. لن تصابح ولا عصل في عوده ولا وقث لفجه ولا انطفاء لمصابيحه ولا مرارة لحلاوته. It consists of columns whose bases Allah has fixed in truthfulness and whose foundation He has strengthened, and of sources whose streams are ever full of water, and of lamps whose flames are full of light, and of beacons with whose help travelers get guidance, and of signs through which a way is found to its highways, and of watering places which provide water to those who come to them. Allah has placed in Islam the height of His pleasure, the pinnacle of His pillars, and the prominence of His obedience. Before Allah, therefore, its columns are strong, its construction is lofty, its proofs are bright, its fires are aflame, its authority is strong, its beacons are high, and its destruction is difficult. You should therefore honor it, follow it, fulfill its obligations, and accord the position due to it. فهو دعائم أساخ في الحق أساناخها وثبت لها أساسها وينابيع غزيرة عيونها ومصابيح شبت نيرانها ومنار اقتدى بها سفارها وأعلام قصدت بها فجاجها ومناهل روي بها روادها. الله فيه منتهى رضوانه وذروة دعائمه وسنام طاعته، فهو عند الله وثيق الأركان، رفيع البنيان، منير البرهان، مضيء النيران، عزيز السلطان، مشرف المنار. معوذ المثاري. فشرفوه وتبعوه وتهدوا إليه حقه وضعوه مواضعه. About the Holy Prophet. Then Allah, the Glorified, deputed Muhammad, the peace and blessing of Allah be upon him and his descendants, with truth at a time when the destruction of the world was near and the next life was at hand. When its brightness was turning into gloom after shining, it had become troublesome for its inhabitants, its surface had become rough, and its decay had approached near. This was during the exhaustion of its life at the approach of signs.
the ruin of its inhabitants, the breaking of its links, the dispersal of its affairs, the decay of its signs, the divulging of its secret matters, and the shortening of its length. Allah made him responsible for conveying his message and honor for his people, a period of bloom for the men of his days, a source of dignity for the supporters and an honor for his helpers.
ثم أن الله سبحانه بعث محمدًا صلى الله عليه وآله بالحق حين دنا من الدنيا الانقطاع وأقبل منها الآخرة الاطلاع وأظلمت بهجتها بعد إشراق وقامت بأهلها على ساق وخش منها مهاد وآزف منها قياد في الانقطاع من مدتها واقتراب من أشراطها وتصرم من أهلها وانفصام من حلقتها وانتشار من سببها وعفو من أعلامها وتكشف من عثوراتها وقصر من طولها
جلعه الهيله تعالي بلاغا لرسالتهن وكرامة لأمتهن وربيعا لأهل زمانهن ورفعة لأعوانهن وشرفا
لانصاره. About the Holy Quran.
Al-Qur'an al-Karim. Then Allah sent to him the book as a light whose flames cannot be extinguished, a lamp whose gleam does not die, a sea whose depth cannot be sounded, a way whose direction does not mislead, a ray whose light does not darken, a separator whose arguments do not weaken, a clarifier whose foundations cannot be dismantled, a cure which leaves no apprehension for disease, an honor whose supporters are not defeated, and a truth whose helpers are not abandoned. Therefore, it is the mine of belief and its center, the source of knowledge and its oceans, the plantation of justice and its pools, the foundation stone of Islam and its construction, the valleys of truth and its plains, an ocean which those who draw water cannot empty, springs which those who draw water cannot dry up, a watering place which those who come to take water cannot exhaust, a staging place in moving towards which travelers do not get lost, signs which no wayfarer fails to see, and a highland which those who approach it cannot surpass it.
ثم أنزل عليه الكتاب نورا لا تطفى مصابيحه وسراجا لا يخبو توقده وبحرا لا يدرك قعره ومنهاجا لا يضل نهجه وشعاعا لا يظلم ضوءه وفرقانا لا يخمد برهانه وتبيانا لا تهدم أهرامه وشفاء لا تخشى أسقامه وعزا لا تهزم
أنصاره وحقا لا تخذل أعوانه، فهو معدن الإيمان وبحبوحته وينابيع العلم وبحوره ورياض العدل وغدرانه وأثافي الإسلام وبنيانه وأهودية الحق وغطانه، وبحر لا ينزفه المستنزفون وعيون لا ينضبها الماتحون ومناهل لا يغيضبها الواردون، ومنازل لا يضل نهجها المسافرون، وأعلام لا يعمى عنها السائرون، وآكام لا يجوز عنها القاصدون. Allah has made it a quencher of the thirst of the learned, a bloom for the hearts of religious jurists, a highway for the ways of the righteous, a cure after which there is no ailment, an effulgence with which there is no darkness, a rope whose grip is strong, a stronghold whose top is invulnerable, an honor for him who loves it, a peace for him who enters it, a guidance for him who follows it, an excuse for him who adopts it, an argument for him who argues with it, a witness for him who quarrels with it, a success for him who argues with it, a carrier of burden for him who seeks the way, a shield for him who arms himself, a knowledge for him who listens carefully, worthy story for him who relates it, and a final verdict of him who passes judgments.
جعله الهوريا لعطش العلماء وربيعا لقلوب الفقهاء ومحاجا لطرق الصلحاء ودواء ليس بعده داء ونورا ليس معه ظلمة وحبلا وثيقا عروته ومعقلا منيعا ذروته وعزا لمن تولاه وسلما لمن دخله وهدى لمن ائتم به وعذرا لمن
انتحله وبرهانا لمن تكلم به وشاهدا لمن خاصم به وفلجا لمن حاجت به وحاملا لمن حمله ومطية لمن اعتمله وآية لمن توسم وجنة لمن استلام وعلما لمن وعى وحديثا لمن روى وحكما لمن قضى. Alternative sources for Sermon 198.
الحراني تحاف 126. الكليني أصول الكافي 249. القالي العملي 171.
Abu Talib al-Makki, Qut, I 382.
Abu Nu'aym Hilya I 74-75. الصدوق الخصال Ina 108.
Sermon 199. Pledge yourself with prayer and remain steady on it. Containing advice given by Amir al-Mu'minin to his companions.
ومن كلام له عليه السلام كان يوصي به أصحابه.
About prayer. Pledge yourself with prayer and remain steady on it. Offer prayer as much as possible and seek nearness through it, because it is upon the believers as timed ordinance. Have you not heard the reply of the people of hell when they were asked, "What hath brought you into the hell?" They shall say, "We were not of those who offered the regular prayers." Certainly, prayer drops out sins like the dropping of leaves and removes them as ropes are removed from the necks of cattle. The Messenger of Allah, the peace and blessing of Allah he upon him and his descendants, likened it to a hot bath situated at the door of a person who bathes in it 5 times a day. Will then any dirt remain on him?
تعاهدوا أمر الصلاة وكانوا حافظوا عليها واستكثروا منها وتقربوا بها فإنها كانت على المؤمنين كتابا موقوتا ما سلككم في سقر قالوا لم نكن من المصلين وإنها لتحت الذنوب تحت الورق وتطلقها إطلاق الربق وشبهها رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله بالحمة تكون على باب الرجل فهو يغتسل منها في اليوم والليلة 5 مرات فما عسي أن يبقى عليه من الدرن.
Its obligation is recognized by those believers whom neither the adornment of property nor the coolness of the eyes produced by children can turn away from it. Allah, the Glorified, says, "Men whom neither merchandise nor any sale diverteth from the remembrance of Allah and constancy in prayer and paying the poor rate." Even after receiving assurance of paradise, the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him and his descendants, used to exert himself for prayers because of Allah, the Glorified's command. And enjoin prayer on thy followers, and adhere thou steadily unto it. Then the Holy Prophet used to enjoin his followers to prayer and exert himself for it.
وآله مر أهلك بالصلاة واصطبر عليها فكان يامر بها أهله ويصبر عليها نفسه.
About the Islamic tax. Az-zakat. Then, Islamic tax has been laid down along with prayer as a sacrifice by the people of Islam. Whoever pays it by way of purifying his spirit, It serves as a purifier for him and a protection and shield against fire. No one, therefore, should feel attached to it afterwards, nor should feel grieved over it. Whoever pays it without the intention of purifying his heart expects through it more than its due. He is certainly ignorant of the Sunnah. He is allowed no reward for it. His action goes to waste, and his repentance is excessive.
ثم قدم الزكاة جعلت مع الصلاة قربانا لأهل الإسلام، فمن أعطاها طيب النفس بها فإنها تجعل له كفارة وكم من النار حجازا ووقاية، فلا يتبعنها أحد نفسه ولا يكثرن عليها لهفه، فإن من أعطاها غير طيب النفس بها يرجو بها ما هو أفضل منها، فهو جاهل بالسنة، مغبون الأجر، ضال العمل، طويل الندم.
Fulfillment of trust.
الأمانة.
Then, as regards fulfillment of trust, whoever does not pay attention to it will be disappointed. It was placed before the strong skies, vast earths, and high mountains, but none of them was found to be stronger, vaster, or higher than it. If anything could be unapproachable because of height, vastness, power, or strength, they would have been unapproachable, but they felt afraid of the evil consequences and noticed what a weaker being did not realize it, and this was man. Verily, he was unjust, ignorant.
علم الأها تعالي.
Surely, Allah, the glorified, the sublime, nothing is hidden from him of whatever people do in their nights or days. He knows all the details, and his knowledge covers them. Your limbs are a witness. The organs of your body constitute an army. Your inner self serves him as eyes, and your loneliness is open to him.
إن الله سبحانه لا يخفي عليه ما العباد مقترفون في ليلهم ونهارهم، لطف به خبرا وأحاط به علما، أعضاء كم
شهوده ووجاء ركمم جنوده وضمائركم عيونه وخلواتكم عيانه.
Alternative sources for Sermon 199. Al-Kulaini, Al-Kafi, v. Kitab al-Jihad 36. Sermon 200. By Allah, Muawiyah is not more cunning than I am. Treason and treachery of Muawiyah and the fate of those guilty of treason. By Allah, one Muawiyah is not more cunning than I am, but he deceives and commits evil deeds. Had it not been for the reprehensibility of deceit, I would have been the most cunning of all men. But every deceit is a sin, and every sin is disobedience, and every deceitful person will have a banner by which he will be recognized on the day of judgment. By Allah, I cannot be made forgetful by strategy, nor can I be overpowered by hardships.
ولكنه معاوية بأهده مني، ولكنه يغدر ويفجر، ولولا اختراءك الغدر لكنت من أهده الناس، ولكن كل غدرة فجرة، وكل فجرة كفرة، وكل غادر لواء يعرف به يوم القيامة.
وكلها ما أستغفل بالمكيدة، ولا أستغمز بالشديدة.
Alternative sources for Sermon 200.
Al-Kulaini, Usul al-Kafi, 2, 336-338.
1. People who are ignorant of religion and ethics, free from the shackles of religious law, and unaware of the conception of punishment and reward, find no paucity of excuses and means for the achievement of their objects. They can find ways of success at every stage. But when the dictates of humanity, or Islam, or the limitations imposed by ethics and religious law act as impediments, the chances of devising and finding means become narrow, and the possibility of action becomes restricted.
Muawiyah's influence and control was the result of these devices and ways in following which he knew no impediment nor any obstacle of what is lawful or unlawful, nor did fear of the day of judgment prevent him from acting fearlessly.
As al-Bakawama, A.R. Raqib al-Isfahani, while taking account of his characters, writes,
His aim always was to achieve his object, whether lawful or unlawful. He did not care for religion, nor did he ever think of divine chastisement.
Thus, in order to maintain his power, he resorted to misstatements and concoctions, practiced all sorts of deceits and contrivances. When he saw that success was not possible without entangling Amir al-Mu'mineen in war, he roused Talha and Az-Zubair against him.
When success could not be achieved by this means, he instigated the Syrians and brought about the civil war of Siffin. And when his rebellious position had become known by the killing of Ammar, he at once duped the people by saying that Ali was responsible for killing him, as he had brought him into the battlefield. And on another occasion, he interpreted the words rebellious party, occurring in the saying of the Prophet, to mean avenging party, intending to prove that Ammar would be killed by the group that would seek revenge of Uthman's blood.
Although the next portion of this saying, namely, he will call them towards paradise while they will call him to hell, does not leave any scope for interpretation.
When there was no hope of victory even by these cunning means, he contrived to raise the Quran on spears, although in his view neither the Quran nor its commandments carried any weight. If he had really aimed at a decision by the Quran, he should have put this demand before the commencement of the battle. And when it became known to him that the decision had been secured by Amr ibn al-As by deceiving Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, and that it did not have even a remote connection with the Quran, he should not have accepted it and should have punished Amr ibn al-As for this cunning, or at least should have warned and rebuked him. But on the contrary, his performance was much appreciated, and in reward he was made the governor of Egypt. In contrast to this, Amir al-Mu'mineen's conduct was a high specimen of religious law and ethics. He kept in view the requirements of truth and righteousness even in adverse circumstances, and did not allow his chaste life to be tarnished by the views of deceit and contrivance. If he wished, he could face cunning by cunning, and Muawiyah's shameful activities could have been answered by similar activities. For example, when he put a guard on the Euphrates and stopped the supply of its water. Then the supply of water could have been cut from them also on the grounds that, since they had occupied the Euphrates, it was lawful to retaliate, and in this way they could be overpowered by weakening their fighting power. But Amir al-Mu'mineen could never tarnish his hands with such an inhuman act, which was not permitted by any law or code of ethics. Although common people regard such acts against the enemy as lawful and call this duplicity of character for achievement of success a stroke of policy and administrative ability. But Amir al-Mu'mineen could never think of strengthening his power by fraud or duplicity of behavior on any occasion. Thus, when people advised him to retain the officers of the days of Uthman in their position and to befriend Talha and Az-Zubair by assigning them governorship of Kufa and Basra, and make use of Muawiyah's ability in administration by giving him the government of Syria, Amir al-Mu'mineen rejected the advice and preferred the commandments of religious law over worldly expediency, and openly declared about Muawiyah as follows: "If I allow Muawiyah to retain what he already has, I would be one who taketh those who lead astray as helpers."
Those who look at apparent successes do not care to find out by what means the success has been achieved. They support anyone whom they see succeeding by means of cunning ways and deceitful means, and begin to regard him an administrator, intelligent, a politician, intellectually brilliant, and so on, while he who does not deploy cunning and fraudulent methods owing to his adherence to Islamic commandments and divine instructions, and prefers failure to success secured through wrong methods, is regarded as ignorant of politics and weak in foresight. They do not feel it necessary to think what difficulties and impediments exist in the way of a person who adheres to principles and laws which prevent him from proceeding forward even after approaching near success. Quote, Sermon 201. O people! Do not be desolate at the small number. One should not be afraid of the scarcity of those who tread on the right path.
ومن كلام له عليه السلام
يعظ بسلوك الطريق الواضح. O people, do not be desolate at the small number of those who follow the right path, because people throng only round the table where the duration of satiety is short and its hunger is prolonged.
أيها الناس لا تستوحششوا في طريق الهدى لقلة أهله فإن الناس قد اجتمعوا على مائدة شبعتها قصير وجوعها قصير.
طويل. O people, certainly. What gathers people together is agreement and disagreement, for only one individual killed the camel of Thamud. One, but Allah held all of them in punishment because all of them consented to it. Thus, Allah, the Glorified, has said, Then they hamstrung her and turned regretful. Then their land declined by sinking, as the spike of a plow pierces unplowed weak land. O people, he who treads the clear path reaches the spring of water, and whoever abandons it strays into waterless desert. أيها الناس إنما يجمع الناس الرضي والسخط وإنما عقر ناقة ثمود رجل واحد فعمهم الله تعالى بالعذاب لما عموه بالرضد فقال سبحانه فعقروها فأصبحوا نادمين فما كان إلا أن خارت أرضهم بالخسفة في خوار السكرة المحماة في نير الأرض الخوارة. أيها الناس من سلك الطريق الواضح وورد الماء ومن خالف ووقع في التيه. Alternative sources for Sermon 201. البرقي المحاسن 208. النعماني الغيبة 9. المفيد الإرشاد 300. الطبري المسترشد 76. البحراني البرهان IV 260. المجلسي بهار 266. 1. Thamud in ancient Arabia. A tribe or group of tribes. Seems to have been prominent from about the 4th century BC to the first half of the 7th century AD. Their place of stay and homeland was at a place lying on the way between the Hijaz and Syria called the Valley of Al-Qura, and bore this name because it consisted of several townships. Allah deputed for their guidance and directions the Prophet Saleh, who preached to them as Allah relates in his story. And unto Thamud, their brother Saleh, he said, O my people, worship ye Allah. Ye have no God other than him. Indeed came unto you a clear proof from your Lord. This is the she-camel of Allah, unto you is a sign. So leave it to pasture in Allah's earth, and touch her not with any harm, or ye shall be seized with a painful chastisement. And remember when he made you successors after the ''ad and settled you in the earth, Ye build mansions on its plain, and hew the mountains into dwellings. So remember ye the bounties of Allah, and see ye not evil in the earth making mischief. Said the chiefs of those who were puffed up with pride among his people to those who were reckoned weak, to those who believed from among them, Know ye that Salih is sent by his Lord? Said they, Verily, in what he hath been sent with, we are believers. Said those who were puffed up with pride, Verily we, in that which ye believe, are disbelievers. They hamstrung the she-camel and rebelled against the command of their Lord, and they said, O Salih, bring us what thou didst, threaten us with, if thou art of the apostles. Then seized them the earthquake, so became they in their dwellings motionless. Then he turned away from them and said, O my people, indeed I did deliver unto you the message of my Lord, and did admonish you, but ye love not the admonishers. Thamud belied the warners, and said they, What, a single man from among us, and we to follow him? Verily then we shall be astray and in distress. Verily then we shall be astray and in distress. It is that reminding hath been bestowed on him of all the among us? Nay, he is a great liar, an insolent one. Soon they shall know on the morrow who is the liar, the insolent one. Verily, we are going to send the she-camel as a trial for them, so watch them and be patient. And make them aware that the water is divided between them, and every drinking share shall be witnessed. But they called their companions, then he pursued and hamstrung. How was my chastisement and my warning? Verily sent we upon them a single blast, and they were like the dry stubble used by a fencer in a fence. Sermon 202, O Prophet of Allah, peace be upon you. What Amir al-Mu'mineen said on the occasion of the burial of Sayyidatun Nisa Fatima while addressing the Holy Prophet at his grave.
روي عنه أنه قاله عند دفن سيدة النساء فاطمة صلى الله عليها كالمناجي به رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله عند قبره.
O Prophet of Allah, peace be upon you from me, and from your daughter who has come to you and who has hastened to meet you. O Prophet of Allah, my patience about your chosen has been exhausted. I laid you down in your grave when your last breath had passed between my neck and chest. Verily, we are Allah's, and verily unto Him shall we return.
السلام عليك يا رسول الله عني وكان ابنتك النازلة في جوارك والسريعة اللحاق بك. قل يا رسول الله عن صفيتك صبري ورق عنها تجلدي إلا أن آن لي في التأهس بعظيم فرقتك وفادح مصيبتك موضع تعز فلقد وستدتك فيه. ملحدة قبرك وفاضت بأن نحري وصدري نفسك. إن الله وإنا إليه راجعون.
Now the trust has been returned, and what had been given has been taken back. As to my grief, it knows no bounds, and as to my nights, they will remain sleepless till Allah chooses for me the house in which you are now residing. Certainly, your daughter would apprise you of the joining together of your one Ummah for oppressing her. You ask her in detail and get all the news about the position. This has happened when a long time had not elapsed and your remembrance had not disappeared. My salam be on you both. the salutation of one bidding farewell, neither in aversion nor in dislike. For if I go away, it is not because I am weary, and if I stay, it is not due to lack of belief in what Allah has promised the endurers.
وستنبئك ابنتك بتضافر أمتك على هضمها، فأحفظها السؤال واستخبرها الحال، هذا ولم يطل العهد ولم يخل منك. الذكر.
وقال السلام عليكم سلام مودع، لا جاقال ولا سئم، فإن أنصرف فلا عن ملاله، وإن أقم فلا عن سوء ظن بما وعد الله.
الصابرين. Alternative sources for Sermon 202.
Al-Kulaini, Usul al-Kafi, I. 458. Al-Tabari, Dalail, 47. Al-Mufid, Al-Majalis, 165.
Al-Tusi, Al-Amali, I. 108. Al-Irbili, Kashf, 2. 147.
Sibt, Tadhkira, 318. 1. The treatment meted out to the daughter of the Prophet after his death was extremely painful and sad.
Although Sayyidatun Nisa Fatima did not live in this world more than a few months after the death of the Prophet, yet even this short period has a long tale of grief and woe. In this connection, the first scene that strikes the eyes is that arrangements for the funeral rites of the Prophet had not yet been made when the contest for power started in the Saqifa of Banu Sa' Ida. Naturally, their leaving the body of the Prophet must have injured Sayyidatun Nisa Fatima's grief-stricken heart when she saw that those who had claimed love and attachment during his life became so engrossed in their machinations for power that instead of consoling his only daughter, they did not even know when the Prophet was given a funeral ablution and when he was buried. And the way they condoled her was that they crowded at her house with material to set fire to it, and tried to secure allegiance by force with all the display of oppression, compulsion, and violence. All these excesses were with a view to so obliterate the prestigious position of this house that it might not regain its lost prestige on any occasion. With this aim in view, in order to crush her economic position, her claim for fadak was turned down by dubbing it as false, the effect of which was that Sayyidatun Nisa Fatima B.U.H. made the dying will that none of them should attend her funeral. Sermon 203. O people, certainly this world is a passage. Transience of this world and importance of collecting provisions for the next life. وَمِن كَلَامٍ لَهُ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ. O people, certainly this world is a passage, while the next world is a place of permanent abode. So, take from the passage for the permanent abode. Do not tear away your curtain before him who is aware of your secrets. Take away from this world your hearts before your bodies go out of it, because herein you have been put on trial, and you have been created for the other world. When a man dies, people ask what he has left, while the angels ask what he has sent forward. May Allah bless you. Send forward something. It will be a loan for you. And do not leave everything behind, for that would be a burden on you. أيها الناس، إنما الدنيا دار مجاز والآخرة دار قرار، فخذوا من ممركم لمقركم ولا تهتوا أستاركم عند من يعلم أسراركم، وأخرجوا منا الدنيا قلوبكم منا قبل أن تخرج منها أبدانكم، ففيها اختبرتم ولغيرها خلقتم. وقالت الملائكة ما قدم
تخلفوا كلاً في عليم.
Alternative sources for Sermon 203.
الصدوق العملي 132. الصدوق. عيون أخبار الرضا. I 298.
المفيد الإرشاد 139.
الطبرسي. مشكات
243. Ibn Qutayba Ayun 2 253.
المبرد الكامل.
Ibn Abd Rabbih العقد 2 200.
ورام مجموعة
66.
القالي العملي. I 258.
البيحقي المحاسن 231. See Arshi.
Sermon 204. May Allah have mercy on you. What Amir al-Mu'mineen said generally to his companions, warning them about the dangers of the Day of Judgment.
ومن كلام الله عليه السلام. May Allah have mercy on you. Provide yourselves for the journey, because the call for departure has been announced. Regard your stay in the world as very short, and return with the best provision that is with you, because surely in front of you lies a valley, difficult to climb, and places of stay full of fear and dangers. You have to reach there and stay in them. And know that the eyes of death are approaching towards you. It is as though you are in its talons, and it has struck itself against you. Difficult affairs and distressing dangers have crushed you into it. You should therefore cut away all the attachments of this world and assist yourselves with the provision of Allah's fear.
تجهزوا رحمكم الله. فقد نودي فيهم بالرحيل وأقلوا العرجة على الدنيا وانقلبوا بصالح ما بحضرتم من الزاد فإن أمام معقبة كوودة ومنازل مخوف مهولة لا بد من الورود عليها والوقوف عندها. واعلموا أن ملاحظة المنية نحوكم دانية وكان مأمو بمخالبها وقد نشبت فيكم وقد دهمتم فيها مفضعات الأمور ومعضلات المحذور.
فقطعوا علائق الدنيا واستظهروا بزاد التقوى.
As-Sayyid al-Radi says, a part of this saying has been quoted before through another narration. Alternative sources for Sermon 204.
الصدوق العمالي مجلس 75.
المفيد المجالس 116.
المفيد الإرشاد 110.
الطبرسي مشكات 275.
Sermon 205. Both of you frown over a small matter.
After swearing allegiance to Amir al-Mu'mineen, Talha and Az-Zubair complained to him that he had not consulted them or sought their assistance in the affairs.
Amir al-Mu'mineen replied,
كلمه به طلحة والزبير بعد بيعته بالخلافة.
Both of you frown over a small matter and leave aside big ones. Can you tell me of anything wherein you have a right of which I have deprived you, or a share which was due to you and which I have held away from you? Or any Muslim who has laid any claim before me, and I have been unable to decide it, or been ignorant of it, or committed a mistake about it? By Allah, I had no liking for the caliphate, nor any interest in government. But you yourselves invited me to it and prepared me for it. When the caliphate came to me, I kept the book of Allah in my view and all that Allah had put therein for us, and all that according to which He has commanded us to take decisions. And I followed it, and also acted on whatever the Prophet, may Allah bless him and his descendants, had laid down as his sunnah. In this matter, I did not need your advice or the advice of anyone else, nor has there been any order of which I was ignorant, so that I ought to have consulted you or my Muslim brethren. If it were so, I would not have turned away from you or from others.
وله ما كانت لي فيه الخلافة رغبة ولا في الولاية أربة 3 صلى الله عليه وآله فاقتديته فلم أحتج في ذلك رأيا ولا رأي غيركما ولا وقع حين جهلته فاستشيركما وإخوانا من المسلمين ولو كان ذلك لم أرغب عنما ولا عن غيركما.
As regards your reference to the question of equality, this is a matter in which I have not taken a decision by my own opinion, nor have I done it by my caprice. But I found, and you too found, that whatever the Prophet, may Allah bless him and his descendants, brought had been finalized. Therefore, I felt no need to turn towards you about a share which had been determined by Allah and in which his verdict has been passed. By Allah, in this matter, therefore, you too or anyone else can have no favor from me. May Allah keep our hearts and your hearts in righteousness, and may He grant us and you endurance.
وأما ما ذكرتما من أمر الأسوة فإن ذلك أمر لم أحمى أنا فيه برأي ولا وليته هوى من بل وجدت أنا وأنتما ما جاء به رسول الله صاد آل عليه وآله قد فرغ منه فلم أحتاج إليهما فيما قد فرغ آله من قسمه وأمضى فيه.
حمى فليس لمواليه عندي ولا لغيركما، فهذا عتب.
أخذ الله الحق بقلوبنا وقلوبهم الحق وألهمنا وإياكم. الصبر. Then Amir al-Mu'mineen added, May Allah have mercy on the person who, when he sees the truth, supports it, when he sees the wrong, rejects it, and who helps the truth against him who is on the wrong.
ثم قال عليه السلام.
Alternative sources for Sermon 205. Abu Ja'far al-Iskafi, Naqdu al-Uthmaniyya. See Ibn Abi al-Hadid, Sharh 2, 173. Sermon 206. I dislike you starting to abuse them. During the Battle of Siffin, Amir al-Mu'mineen heard some of his men abusing the Syrians. Then he said,
وقد سمع قوما من أصحابه يسبون أهل الشام أيام حربهم بصفين.
I dislike you starting to abuse them, but if you describe their deeds and recount their situations, that would be a better mode of speaking and a more convincing way of arguing. Instead of abusing them, you should say, O Allah, save our blood and their blood. Produce reconciliation between us and them, and lead them out of their misguidance, so that he who is ignorant of the truth may know it, and he who inclines towards rebellion and revolt may turn away from it.
إن أكره لمن أن تونوا سبابين ولن ملوا وصفتم أعمالهم وذكرتم حالهم كان أصوب في القول وأبلغ في العذر وقلتم ما نسبم أياهم ألا هم أحقن دماءنا ودماءهم وأصلح ذات بيننا وبينهم واهدهم من ضلالتهم حتى يعرفوا الحق من جهله ويرعوي عن الغي والعدوان من لهج به.
Alternative sources for Sermon 206. Al-Dinawari, Al-Akhbar, 155. Nasr, Siffin, 103. Sibt ibn al-Jawzi, Tadhkira, 154. Sermon 207. Hold back this young man on my behalf. In the Battle of Siffin, Amir al-Mu'mineen saw Imam al-Hasan proceeding rapidly to fight. Then he said,
وقال عليه السلام فبعض أيام صفي وقد رأى الحسن عليه السلام يتسرع إلى الحرب.
Hold back this young man on my behalf, lest he causes my ruin, because I am loath to send these two towards death, lest the descending line of the Prophet, may Allah bless him and his descendants, is cut away by their death. As-Sayyid ar-Radi says, Amir al-Mu'mineen's words, أملك عني هذا الغلام, represents the highest and the most eloquent form of expression.
Alternative sources for Sermon 207.
Al-Tabari, Tarikh v. 34, Events of 37H, v. 196, Events of 36H. Sermon 208. O people, matters between me and you. When Amir al-Mu'mineen's companions expressed displeasure about his attitude concerning arbitration, he said, O people, matters between me and you went as I wished till war exhausted you. By Allah, it has overtaken some of you and left others, and has completely weakened your enemy. Till yesterday I was giving orders, but today I am being given orders. And till yesterday I was dissuading people, but today I am being dissuaded. You have now shown liking to live in this world, and it is not for me to bring you to what you dislike.
لعدوكم أنهك. لقد كنت أمس أميرا فأصبحت اليوم مأمورا.
وكنت أمس ناهيا فأصبحت اليوم منهيا.
وقد أحببكم.
البقاء وليس لي أن أحمل على ما ترهنون. Alternative sources for Sermon 208. Nasr, Sifin, 484. Ibn Qutayba, Al-Imama, I, 118. Al-Mas'udi, Muruj 2, 400. 1. When the surviving forces of the Syrians lost ground and were ready to run away from the field, Muawiyah changed the whole phase of the battle by using the Quran as his instrument of strategy, and succeeded in creating such a division among the Iraqis that, despite Amir al-Mu'mineen's efforts at counseling, they were not prepared to take any forward step, but insisted on stopping the war, whereupon Amir al-Mu'mineen too had to agree to arbitration. Among these people, some had actually been duped and believed that they were being asked to abide by the Quran, but there were others who had become weary of the long period of war and had lost courage. Then people got a good opportunity to stop the war, and so they cried hoarse for its postponement. There were others who had accompanied Amir al-Mu'mineen because of his temporal authority, but did not support him by heart, nor did they aim at victory for him. There were some people who had expectations with Muawiyah and had started attaching hopes to him for this, while there were some who were, from the very beginning, in league with him. In these circumstances, and with this type of the army, it was really due to Amir al-Mu'mineen's political ability and competence of military control and administration that he carried the war up to this stage. And if Muawiyah had not adopted this trick, there could have been no doubt in Amir al-Mu'mineen's victory, because the military power of the Syrian forces had been exhausted and defeat was hovering over its head. In this connection, Ibn Abil Hadid writes, Malik el-Ashtar had reached Muawiyah and grabbed him by the neck. The entire might of the Syrians had been smashed. Only so much movement was discernible in them as remains in the tail of a lizard which is killed, but the tail continues hopping right and left. Sermon 209. What will you do with this vast house in this world? Amir al-Mu'mineen went to inquire about the health of his companion Al-Ala ibn Ziyad al-Harithi, and when he noticed the vastness of his house, he said, What will you do with this vast house in this world, although you need this house more in the next world? If you want to take it to the next world, you could entertain in it guests, and be regardful of kinship, and discharge all obligations according to their accrual. In this way, you will be able to take it to the next world. Then Al-Ala said to him, O Amir al-Mu'mineen, I want to complain to you about my brother Asim ibn Ziyad. Amir al-Mu'mineen inquired, "What is the matter with him?" Al-Ala said, "He has put on a woolen coat and cut himself away from the world." Amir al-Mu'mineen said, "Present him to me." When he came, Amir al-Mu'mineen said, "O enemy of yourself, certainly the evil has misguided you. Do you feel no pity for your wife and your children? Do you believe that if you use those things which Allah has made lawful for you, He will dislike you? You are too unimportant for Allah to do so." He said, "O Amir al-Mu'mineen, you also put on coarse dress and eat rough food." Then he replied, "Woe be to you, I am not like you. Certainly, Allah the Sublime has made it obligatory on true leaders that they should maintain themselves at the level of low people so that the poor do not cry over their poverty." 1.
فلما جاء قال يا عد نفسه لقد استهام بك الخبيث أما رحمة أهلك وولدك أترى إلها أحل لك الطيبات وهو يرى أن تأخذها أنت أهون على الله من ذلك. قال يا أمير المؤمنين هذا أنت في خشونة ملبسك وجشوبة مأكلك. قال ويحك إن لست كانت إن إله تعالى فرض على أئمة العدل أن يقدروا أنفسهم بضعفة الناس كي لا يتبيغ بالفقير فقرة.
Alternative sources for Sermon 209. Abu Talib al-Makki, Kat, E. 531. Ibn Abd Rabi, al-Iqd, I. 329. Al-Kulayni, al-Kafi, I. 410.
Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi' E5 Bab al-Lahu wa al-Ladhat.
Al-Mufid, al-Ikhtisas, 152. Ibn al-Jawzi, Talbis Iblis, 194. 1. From ancient days, asceticism and the abandonment of worldly attachments has been regarded as a means of purification of the spirit and important for the character. Consequently, those who wished to lead a life of abstemiousness and meditation used to go out of the cities and towns to stay in forests and caves in the mountains and stay there concentrating on Allah according to their own conception. They would eat only if a casual traveler or the inhabitant of nearby dwellings gave them anything to eat. Otherwise, they remained contented with the fruits of wild trees and the water of the streams, and thus they passed their life. This way of worship commenced in a way that was forced by the oppression and hardships of rulers. Certain people left their houses and, in order to avoid their grip, hid themselves in some wilderness or cave in a mountain, engaging themselves in worship of and devotion to Allah. Later on, this forced asceticism acquired a voluntary form, and people began to retire to caves and hollows of their own volition. Thus, it became an accepted way that whoever aimed at spiritual development retired to some corner after severing himself from all worldly ties. This method remained in vogue for centuries, and even now, some traces of this way of worship are found among the Buddhists and the Christians. The moderate views of Islam do not, however, accord with the monastic life, because for attaining spiritual development, it does not advocate the abandonment of worldly enjoyments and successes, nor does it view with approbation that a Muslim should leave his house and fellow men and busy himself in formal worship, hiding in some corner. The conception of worship in Islam is not confined to a few particular rites. But it regards the earning of one's livelihood through lawful means, mutual sympathy and good behavior, and cooperation and assistance also to be important constituents of worship. If an individual ignores worldly rights and obligations, and does not fulfill his responsibility towards his wife and children, nor occupies himself in efforts to earn a livelihood, but all the time stays in meditation, he ruins his life and does not fulfill the purpose of living. If this were Allah's aim, what would have the need for creating and populating the world when there was already a category of creatures who were all the time engaged in worshiping and adoration? Nature has made man to stand on the crossroads at which the midway is the center of guidance. If he deviates from this point of moderateness even a bit, this way or that way, there is sheer misguidance for him. That midway is that he should neither bend towards this world to such an extent as to ignore the next life, devoting himself entirely to this one, nor should he abstain from this world so as not to have any connection with anything of it, confining himself to some corner, leaving everything else. Since Allah has created man in this world, he should follow the code of life for living in this world, and should partake of the comforts and pleasures bestowed by Allah within moderate limits. The eating and using of things made lawful by Allah is not against Allah's worship, but rather Allah has created these things for the very purpose that they should be taken advantage of. That is why those who were the chosen of Allah lived in this world with others and ate and drank like others. They did not feel the need to turn their faces away from the people of the world and to adopt the wilderness or the caves of mountains as their abodes, or to live in distant spots. On the other hand, they remembered Allah, remained disentangled from worldly affairs, and did not forget death despite the pleasures and comforts of life. The life of asceticism sometimes produces such evils as ruin the next life also, as well as this one, and such an individual proves to be the true picture of the loser in this life as well as the next. When natural impulses are not satisfied in the lawful and legal way, the mind turns into a center of evil ideas and becomes incapable of performing worship with peace and concentration. And sometimes passions so overcome the ascetic that, breaking all moral fetters, he devotes himself completely to their satisfaction, and consequently falls in an abyss of ruin for which it is impossible to extract himself. That is why religious law accords a greater position to the worship performed by a family man than that by a non-family man. Individuals who put on the cloak of Sufism and make a loud show of their spiritual greatness are cut off from the path of Islam and are ignorant of its wide teachings. They have been misled by Satan and, relying on their self-formed conceptions, tread wrongful paths. Eventually, their misguidance becomes so serious that they begin to regard their leaders as having attained such a level that their word is as the word of Allah and their act is as the act of Allah. Sometimes they regard themselves beyond all the bounds and limitations of religious law and consider every evil act to be lawful for them. This deviation from faith and irreligiousness is named Sufism. Its unlawful principles are called at-tariqa, and the followers of this cult are known as Sufis. First of all, Abu Hashim al-Kufi and Shami adopted this nickname. He was of Umayyad descent and a fatalist. The reason for giving him this name was that, in order to make a show of his asceticism and fear for Allah, he put on a woolen cloak. Later on, this nickname became common, and various grounds were put forth as the basis of this name. For example, one ground is that Sufi has 3 letters, Sad, Waw, and Fa'ain. Sad stands for Sabr, Sidq, and Safa. Wa stands for wood, weird, and Waf. And Fa stands for Fard, Faqr, and Fana. The second view is that it has been derived from as-sufa, which was a platform near the Prophet's mosque which had a covering of date palm leaves.
Those who stayed there were called Ashabu Sufa.
The third view is that the name of the progenitor of an Arab tribe was Sufa, and this tribe performed the duties of serving the pilgrims and the Kaaba, and it is with reference to their connection with this tribe that these people were called Sufis. This group is divided among various sects, but the basic sects are 7 only. This sect believes in the oneness of all existence. Its belief is that everything of this world is Allah, so much so that they assign to even polluted things the same godly position. They liken Allah with the river and the waves rising in it, and argue that the waves, which sometimes rise and sometimes fall, have no separate existence other than the river, but their existence is exactly the existence of the river. Therefore, nothing can be separated from its own existence. They believe that they have united with Allah, and Allah has united with them. They liken Allah with fire, and themselves with iron that lies in the fire and acquires its form and property.
3. Al-Hululiyya.
Their belief is that Allah takes the form of those who claim to know Him and the perfect ones, and their bodies are places of His stay. In this way, they are seemingly men, but really Allah.
4. Al-Wasiliyya.
This sect considers itself to have combined with Allah. Their belief is that the laws of the Sharia are a means of development of human personality and character, and that when the human self combines with Allah, it no more needs perfection or development. Consequently, for the Wasilin, worship and ritual become useless because they hold that when truth and reality is achieved, Sharia remains of no avail. Therefore, they can do anything and they cannot be questioned.
5. Az-Zarraqiyya.
This sect regards vocal and instrumental music as worship and earns the pleasures of this world through a show of asceticism and begging from door to door. They are ever engaged in relating concocted stories of miraculous performances of their leaders to overawe the common people.
6. Al-Ushaqiyya.
The theory of this sect is that apparency is the means to reality, meaning that carnal love is the means to achieve love of Allah. That is, in order to reach the stage of Allah's love, it is necessary to have love with some human beauty. But the love which they regard as love for Allah is just the product of mental disorder, through which the lover inclines to one individual with all his attention, and his final aim is to have access to the beloved. This love can lead to the way of evil and vice, but it has no connection with the love of Allah. A Persian couplet says, "The truth of the fact is that carnal love is like a jinn, and a jinn cannot give you guidance."
7. At-Talqiniyya.
According to this sect, the reading of religious sciences and books of scholarship is thoroughly unlawful. Rather, the position that is achieved by an hour of spiritual effort of the Sufis cannot be achieved by 70 years of reading books. According to Shia ulama, all these sects are on the wrong path and out of the fold of Islam. In this connection, numerous sayings of the Imams are related. In this sermon also, Amir al-Mu'minin has regarded the severance of Asim ibn Ziyad from this world as the mischief of Satan, and he forcefully dissuaded him from adopting that course. Sermon 210. Certainly what is current among the people. Someone once asked Amir al-Mu'minin about concocted traditions and contradictory sayings of the Prophet current among the people, whereupon he said, "Certainly what is current among the people is both right and wrong, true and false, repealing and repealed, general and particular, definite and indefinite, exact and surmised. Even during the prophet's days, false sayings had been attributed to him, so much so that he had to say during his sermon that, "Whoever attributes falsehoods to me makes his abode in hell." Those who relate traditions are of 4 categories, 2 no more. First, the lying hypocrites. Al-munafiqun. The hypocrite is a person who makes a show of faith and adopts the appearance of a Muslim. He does not hesitate in sinning, nor does he keep aloof from vice. He willfully attributes false things against the Messenger of Allah, may Allah bless him and his descendants. If people knew that he was a hypocrite and a liar, they would not accept anything from him and would not confirm what he says. رجل منافق مظهر للإيمان متصنع بالإسلام لا يأثم ولا يتحرج يذب على رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله متعمدا فلو علم الناس أنه منافق كاذب لم يقبلوا منه ولم يصدقوا قوله. Rather, they say that he is the companion of the Prophet, has met him, heard from him, and acquired from him. They therefore accept what he says. Allah too had warned you well about the hypocrites and described them fully to you. They have continued after the Holy Prophet. They gained positions with the leaders of misguidance and callers towards hell through falsehoods and slanderings. So, they put them in high posts and made them officers over the heads of the people, and amassed wealth through them. People are always with the rulers, and after this world, except those to whom Allah affords protection. This is the first of the 4 categories. وَلَنْهُمْ قَالُوا صاحب رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله عليه السلام فتقربوا إلى أئمة الضلالة ولد عالية أنصر بالزور والبهتان فولهم الأعمال وجعلوهم على رقاب الناس وأكلوا بهم الدنيا وأنما الناس معه. الملوك والد الدنيا إلا من عصم الله فهذا أحد الأربعة. Second, those who are mistaken. Al-khati'un. Then there is the individual who heard from the Holy Prophet but did not memorize it as it was, but surmised it. He does not lie willfully. Now, he carries the saying with him and relates it, acts upon it, and claims that, "I heard it from the Messenger of Allah." If the Muslims come to know that he has committed a mistake in it, they will not accept it from him. And if he himself knows that he is on the wrong, he will give it up. وَرَجُلٌ سَمِعَ مِنْ رَسُولِ إِلَهِ صلى الله آله وآله صلى الله آله وآله فلو علم المسلمون أنها هم وفيه لا هو يقبلوه منه ولو علم هو أنه كذلك لرفضه. Third, those who are ignorant. أهل الشبهة. The third man is he who heard the Prophet ordering to do a thing, and later the Prophet refrained the people from doing it. But this man did not know it. Or he heard the Prophet refraining people from a thing, and later he allowed it, but this man did not know it. In this way, he retained in his mind what had been repealed, and did not retain the repealing tradition. If he knew that it had been repealed, he would reject it. Or if the Muslims knew, when they heard it from him, that it had been repealed, they would reject it. ورجل ثالث سمع من رسوله صلى الله عليه وآله شيئا يأمر به ثم نهى عنه وهو لا يعلم أو سمعه ينهى عنه شيء ثم أمر به وهو لا يعلم فحفظ المنسوخ ولم يحفظ الناسخ فلو علم إنه منسوخ لرفضه ولو علم المسلمون إذ سمعوه منه إنه منسوخ لرفضوها. Fourth, those who memorize truthfully. الصادقون الحافظون. The last, namely the 4th man, is he who does not speak a lie against Allah or against his Prophet. He hates falsehood out of fear for Allah and respect for the Messenger of Allah, and does not commit mistakes, but retains exactly what he heard, and he relates it as he heard it without adding anything or omitting anything. He heard the repealing tradition, he retained it and acted upon it, and he heard the repealed tradition and rejected it. He also understands the particular and the general, and he knows the definite and indefinite, and gives everything its due position.
وآخر رابع لم يذب عن الله ولا على رسوله مبغض للذب خوفا له وتعظيما لرسول إلهه ولم يهم بل حفظ
ما سمع عل وجهه فجاء به عل ما سمعه لم يزد فيه ولم ينقص منه وحفظ الناسخ فعمل به وحفظ المنسوخ فجنب عنه وعرف الخاص والعام فوضع كل شيء موضعه وعرف المتشابه ومحمه. The sayings of the Prophet used to be of two types. One was particular and the other common. Sometimes a man would hear him, but he would not know what Allah, the glorified, meant by it, or what the Messenger of Allah meant by it. In this way, the listener carries it and memorizes it without knowing its meaning and its real intention, or what was its reason. Among the companions of the Messenger of Allah, all were not in the habit of putting him questions and ask him the meanings. Indeed, they always wished that some Bedouin or stranger might come and ask him so that they would also listen. Whenever any such thing came before me, I asked him about its meaning and preserved it. These are the reasons and grounds of differences among the people in their traditions.
وقد كان يون من رسول الله صلى الله آله عليه وآله اللام له وجهان فلام خاص وكلام عام فيسمعه من لا يعرف ما عن إله به ولا ما عن به رسول إله صلى إله عليه وآله صلى إله عليه وآله من كان يسأله ويستفهمه حتى إن كانوا ليحبون أن يجئ الأعراب أو الطارئ فيسأله عليه السلام حتى يسمعوا وكان لا يمر.
ومن ذلك شيء إلا سألت عنه إلا سألته فهذه وجوه ما عليهم الناس في اختلافهم وعللهم في رواياتهم. Alternative sources for Sermon 210.
كتاب سليم ابن قيس
الكليني أصول الكافي 262.
الحراني تحاف 136.
الصدوق الخصال I
333.
التوحيدي
العمتة 3 197. النعماني الغيبة 26.
الطبري المسترشد 30.
سبت ابن الجوزي تذكيرة 142. الطبرسي الاحتجاج I 293.
الكراجيكي الانتصار
10. الشيخ البهائي الأربعين 98. 1. This was Sulaym ibn Qais al-Hilali, who was one of the relators of traditions through Amir al-Mu'mineen. 2. In this sermon, Amir al-Mu'mineen has divided the traditionists into 4 categories. The first category is that of a man concocts a tradition and attributes it to the Prophet. Traditions were in fact falsified and attributed to him, and this process continued, with the result that numerous novel traditions came into being. This is a fact which cannot be denied, but if anyone does deny it, his basis would be not knowledge or sagacity by oratory or argumentative necessity. Thus, once, Alam al-Huda as-Sayyid al-Murtada had a chance of meeting the Sunni ulama in confrontation, and on this occasion, as-Sayyid al-Murtada proved by historical facts that the traditions related about the merits of the great companions are concocted and counterfeit. On this, the ulama argued that it was impossible that someone should dare speak a lie against the Prophet and prepare a tradition himself and attribute it to him. As-Sayyid al-Murtada said, "There is a tradition of the Prophet that a lot of false things will be attributed to me after my death, and whoever speaks a lie against me would be preparing his abode in hell." If you regard this tradition as true, then you should agree that false things have been attributed to the Prophet. But if you regard it false, this would prove our point. However, these were people whose hearts were full of hypocrisy and who used to prepare traditions of their own accord in order to create mischief and dispersion in religion and to misguide Muslims of weak convictions. They remained mixed with them as they used to do during the lifetime of the Prophet. And just as they remained busy in activities of mischief and destruction in those days, in the same way, even after the Prophet, they were not unmindful of deforming the teachings of Islam and metamorphosizing its features. Rather, in the days of the Prophet, they were always afraid lest he unveiled them and put them to shame. But after the Prophet, their hypocritical activities increased, and they attributed false things to the Prophet without demur for their own personal ends. And those who heard them believed in them because of their status as companions of the Prophet, thinking that whatever they said was correct and whatever they gave out was true. Afterwards also, the belief that all the companions are correct put a stopper on their tongues, as a result of which they were taken to be above criticism, questioning, discussion, and censure. Besides, their conspicuous performance had made them prominent in the eyes of the government, and also, because of this, it needed courage and daring to speak against them. This is proved by Amir al-Mu'minin's words. These people gained positions with the leaders of misguidance and callers towards hell through falsehood and slanderings. So they put them in high posts and made them officers over the heads of the people. Along with the destruction of Islam, the hypocrites also aimed at amassing wealth, and they were doing so freely by claiming to be Muslims, because of which they did not want to remove the veil of Islam and to come out openly. But they wanted to continue their satanic activities under the garb of Islam and engage themselves in its basic destruction and spreading of division and dispersal by concocting traditions. In this connection, Ibn Abi al-Hadid has written, "When they were left free, they too left many things. When people observed silence about them, they also observed silence about Islam. But they continued their underground activities, such as the fabrication of falsehoods, to which Amir al-Mu'minin has alluded, because a lot of untrue matters had been mixed with the traditions by the group of people of wrong beliefs, while some of them also aimed at extolling some particular party with whom they had other worldly aims as well. On the expiry of this period, when Muawiyah took over the leadership of religion and occupied the throne of temporal authority, he opened an official department for the fabrication of false traditions, and ordered his officers to fabricate and popularize traditions in disparagement of the Ahlul Bayt and in extolment of Uthman and Umayyads, and announced rewards and grants of land for this work. Consequently, a lot of traditions about self-made distinctions gained entry in the books of traditions. Thus, Abul Hasan al-Madaini has written in his book Kitab al-Ahdath, and Ibn Abi al-Hadid has quoted it, namely, Muawiyah wrote to his officers that they should take special care of those who were adherents of Uthman, his well-wishers and lovers, and to award high positions, precedence, and honor to those who related traditions about his merits and distinctions, and to convey to him whatever is so related by any person, along with his name, the name of his father, and the name of his tribe. They did accordingly, and heaped up traditions about the merits and distinctions of Uthman, because Muawiyah used to award them rewards, clothes, grants, and lands. When the fabricated traditions about the merits of Uthman had been spread throughout the realm with the idea that the position of the earlier caliphs should not remain low, Muawiyah wrote to his officers, "As soon as you receive this order of mine, you should call upon the people to prepare traditions about the distinctions of the companions and other caliphs also. And take care that if any Muslim relates any tradition about Abu Turab, you should prepare a similar tradition about the companions to contradict it, because this gives me great pleasure and cools my eyes.
And it weakens the position of Abu Turab and his partymen,
and is more severe to them than the merits and distinctions of Uthman." When his letters were read to the people, a large number of such traditions were related, extolling the companions that are all fabricated with no truth at all. In this connection, Abu Abdillah Ibrahim ibn Muhammad ibn Arafa, known as Niftawayh, who was one of the prominent scholars and traditionalists, has written, and Ibn Abil Hadid has quoted him, that most of the false traditions about the merits of the companions were fabricated during the days of Muawiyah in order to gain position in his audience, because his view was that in this way he could disgrace Banu Hashim and render them low. After that, fabrication of traditions became a habit. The world seekers made it a means of securing position with kings and nobles and to amass wealth. For example, Ghiyath ibn Ibrahim an-Nakhai fabricated a tradition about the flight of pigeons in order to please al-Mahdi ibn al-Mansur and to secure position near him. p. 337-338. Lisan al-Mizan, Volume 4, page .422. Abu Sa'id al-Madaini and others made it a means of livelihood. The limit was reached when the Al-Karamiyah and some of the Al-Mutasawifa gave the ruling that the fabrication of traditions for the prevention of sin or for persuasion towards obedience was lawful. Consequently, in connection with persuading and dissuading, traditions were fabricated quite freely, and this was not regarded against the religious law or morality. Rather, this work was generally done by those who bore the appearance of asceticism or fear of Allah, and who passed their nights in praying and days in filling their registers with false traditions. An idea about the number of these fabricated traditions can be had from the fact that, out of 600,000 traditions, al-Bukhari selected only 2,761 traditions. Muslim thought fit for selection only 4,000 out of 300,000. Abu Dawud took 4,800 out of 500,000, and Ahmad ibn Hanbal took 30,000 out of nearly 1,000,000 traditions. But when this selection is studied, some traditions which come across can, in no circumstances, be attributed to the Prophet. The result is that a group of considerable number has cropped up among Muslims who, in view of these authoritative collections and true traditions, completely reject the evidentiary value of the traditions. The second category of relators of traditions are those who, without appreciating the occasion or context, related whatever they could recollect, right or wrong. Thus, in al-Bukhari, Muslim, at-Tirmidhi, Volume 3, pp. 327 to 329, an-Nasa'i, Ibn Majah, Malik ibn Anas, Ash-Shafi'i, Abu Dawud, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, and al-Bayhaqi. In the chapter entitled Weeping Over the Dead, it is stated that when Caliph Ammar was wounded, Suhaib came weeping to him. Then Ammar said, "O Suhaib, you weep over me, while the Prophet had said that the dead person is punished if his people weep over him." When after the death of Caliph Omar, this was mentioned to Aisha, she said, "May Allah have mercy on Omar." The Messenger of Allah did not say that weeping of relations causes punishment on the dead, but he said that the punishment of an unbeliever increases if his people weep over him. After this, Aisha said that according to the Holy Quran, no person has to bear the burden of another, so how could the burden of those who weep be put on the dead? After this, the following verse was quoted by Aisha. "And no bearer of burden shall bear the burden of another." The wife of the Holy Prophet, Aisha, relates that once the Prophet passed by a Jewish woman over whom her people were weeping. The Prophet then remarked, "Her people are weeping over her, but she is undergoing punishment in the grave." The third category of the relators of traditions is of those who heard some repealed traditions from the Prophet, but could not get any chance to hear the repealing traditions which he could relate to others. An example of a repealing tradition is the saying of the Prophet, which also contains a reference to the repealed tradition, namely, "I had disallowed you to visit graves, but now you can visit them." Bayhaqi, Volume 4, pp. 76-77. Herein the permission to visit graves has repealed the previous restriction on it. Now, those who heard only the repealed tradition continued acting according to it. The fourth category of relators of traditions is of those who were fully aware of the principles of justice, possessed intelligence and sagacity, knew the occasion when a tradition was first uttered, and were possessed intelligence and sagacity, knew the occasion when a tradition was first uttered, and were also acquainted with the repealing and the repealed traditions, the particular and the general, and the timely and the absolute. They avoided falsehood and fabrication. Whatever they heard remained preserved in their memory, and they conveyed it with exactness to others. It is they whose traditions are the precious possession of Islam, free from fraud and counterfeit. It is they whose traditions are the precious possession of Islam, free from fraud and counterfeit, and worthy of being trusted and acted upon. That collection of traditions which has been conveyed through trustworthy bosoms like that of Amir al-Mu'mineen, and has remained free from cutting, curtailing, alteration, or change, particularly present Islam in its true form. The position of Amir al-Mu'mineen in Islamic knowledge has been most certainly proved through the following traditions narrated from the Holy Prophet, such as Amir al-Mu'mineen, Jabir ibn Abdullah, Ibn Abbas, and Abdullah ibn Umar have narrated from the Holy Prophet that he said, "I am the city of knowledge, and Ali is its door. He who wants to acquire knowledge should come through its door." Amir al-Mu'mineen and Ibn Abbas have also narrated from the Holy Prophet that, "I am the storehouse of wisdom, and Ali is its door. He who wants to acquire wisdom should come through its door." If only people could take the Prophet's blessings through these sources of knowledge. But it is a tragic chapter of history that although traditions are accepted through the Kharijites and enemies of the Prophet's family, whenever the series of relators includes the name of any individual from among the Prophet's family, there is hesitation in accepting the tradition. Sermon 211. It is through the strength of Allah's greatness. The greatness of Allah and the creation of the universe. It is through the strength of Allah's greatness and His subtle power of innovation that He made solid, dry earth out of the water of the fathomless, compact, and dashing ocean. Then He made from it layers and separated them into 7 skies after they had been joined together. So they became stationary at His command and stopped at the limit fixed by Him. He so made the earth that it is borne by deep blue, surrounded and suspended water, which is obedient to His command and has submitted to His awe, while its flow has stopped due to fear of Him.
وكان من اقتدار جبروته وبديع لطائف صنعته أن جعل من ماء البحر الزاخر المتراكم المتقاصف يبسا جامدا ثم فطر منه أطباقا ففتقها 7 سماوات بعد ارتطاقها فاستمسكت بأمره وقامت على حده وأرس أرضا يحملها
الأخضر المثعنجر والقمقام المسخر قد ذل لأمره وأذعن لهيبته ووقف الجاري منه لخشيته. He also created its high hills, rocks of stones, and lofty mountains. He put them in their positions and made them remain stationary. Their peaks rose into the air while their roots remained in the water. In this way, He raised the mountains above the plains and fixed their foundations in the vast expanse wherever they stood. He made their peaks high and made their bodies lofty. He made them like pillars for the earth and fixed them in it like pegs. Consequently, the earth became stationary. Otherwise, it might bend with its inhabitants or sink inwards with its burden or shift from its positions.
وجبل جلانيدها ونشوز متولها وأطوادها فأرساها في مراسيها وألزمها قراراتها فمضت رؤوسها في الهواء ورست أصولها في الماء فانهد جبالها عن سهولها وآساخ قواعدها في متون أقطارها ومواضع أنصابها فأشهق طلاها وأطال أنشازها وجعلها للأرض عمادا وأرزها فيها أوتادا فسنت عليه حركتها من أن تميد بأهلها أو تسيخ بحملها أو تزول عن مواضعها.
Therefore, glorified is He who made it firm after the surging of its waters, and solidified it after the watery state of its sides. In this way, He made it a cradle for His creatures, and spread it for them in the form of a floor over the deep ocean, which is stationary and does not move, and is fixed and does not flow. Severe winds move it here and there, and clouds draw up water from it. Verily, in this there is a lesson unto him who feareth. فسبحان من أمساها بعد موجان مياهها وأجمدها بعد رطوبة أكنافها فجعلها لخلقه مهادا وبسطها لهم فراشا فوق بحر لج راكد لا يجري وقائم لا يسري تكره الرياح العواصف وتمخصه الغمام الذوارف إن ذلك لعبرة لمن يخشه. Alternative sources for Sermon 211. الزمخشري ربيع أي باب السماء والكواكب. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nihaya, I 27. Sermon 212. Oh my God! Whoever listens to our utterance about those who give up supporting right. Oh my God! Whoever listens to our utterance which is just and which seeks the prosperity of religion and the worldly life and does not seek mischief, but rejects it after listening, then he certainly turns away from thy support and desists from strengthening thy religion. We make thee a witness over him, and thou art the greatest of all witnesses. And we make all those who inhabit thy earth and thy skies witness over him. Thereafter, thou alone can make us needless of his support and question him for his sin.
أي الله أيما عبد من عبادك سمع مقالتنا العادلة غير الجائرة والمصلحة في الدين والدنيا غير المفسدة فثبت بعد سمعه لها إلا النصر عن نصرتك والإبطاء عن عزاز دينك فإنا نستشهدك عليه يا أكبر الشاهدين شهادة. ونستشهد عليه جميع ما أسندته أرضك وسماواتك ثم أنت بعد المغني عن نصره والأخذ له بذنبه.
Alternative sources for Sermon 212. No sources mentioned. Sermon 213. Praise be to Allah, who is above all similarity to the creatures. The sublimity of Allah and a eulogy of the Prophet.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام.
Praise be to Allah, who is above all similarity to the creatures, is above the words of describers, who displays the wonders of his management for the onlookers, is hidden from the imagination of thinkers by virtue of the greatness of his glory, has knowledge without acquiring it, adding to it, or drawing it, and who is the ordainer of all matters without reflecting or thinking. He is such that gloom does not concern him, nor does he seek light from brightness. Night does not overtake him, nor does the day pass over him. His comprehension is not through eyes, and his knowledge is not dependent on being informed.
الحمد لله العلاء عن شبه المخلوقين الغالب لمقال الواصفين الظاهر بعجائب تدبيره للناظرين الباطن بجلال عزته عن فر المتوهمين العالم بلا اكتساب ولا ازدياد ولا علم مستفاد المقدر لجميع الأمور بلا رأي ولا ضمير الذي لا تغشاه الظلم ولا يستضيء بالأنوار ولا يرهقه ليل ولا يجري عليه نهار ليس إدراكه بالأبصار ولا علمه بالأخبار.
A part of the same sermon about the Prophet. Allah deputized the Prophet with light and accorded him the highest precedence in selection. Through him, Allah united those who were divided, overpowered the powerful, overcame difficulties, and leveled rugged ground, and thus removed misguidance from right and left. Alternative sources for Sermon 213. Al-Majlisi, Bihar, IV 319. Sermon 214. I stand witness that he is just and does justice. The Prophet's nobility of descent.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام يصف جوهر الرسول ويصف العلماء ويعظ بالتقوى.
I stand witness that he is just and does justice. He is the arbiter who decides. I also stand witness that Muhammad is his slave, his messenger and the chief of his creatures. Whenever Allah divided the line of descent, he put him in the better one, and therefore no evildoer ever shared with him, nor was any vicious person his partner. Beware! Surely Allah, the glorified, has provided for virtue those who are suited to it, for truth, pillars, and for obedience, protection. In every matter of obedience, you will find Allah, the glorified succor that will speak through tongues and accord firmness to hearts. It has sufficiency for those who seek sufficiency, and a cure for those who seek cure.
وأشهد أنه عدل عدل وحم فصل
وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله وسيد عباده. كل ما نسخ آل الخلق فرقتين جعله فاء خيرهما لم يسهم فيه عاهر ولا ضرب فيه فاجر. ألا وإن الله جعل للخير أهلا وللحق دعائما وللطاعة عصما وإن لم عند كل طاعة عونا من إله. يقول على الألسن ويثبت الأفئدة. فيه كفاء لمشتف وشفاء لمشتف. The characteristics of the virtuous whose guidance must be followed. صفة العلماء. Know that, certainly, those creatures of Allah who preserve His knowledge offer protection to those things which He desires to be protected and make His springs flow. They contact each other with friendliness and meet each other with affection. They drink water from cups that quench the thirst and return from the watering places fully satiated. Misgiving does not affect them, and backbiting does not gain ground with them. In this way, Allah has tied their nature with good manners. Because of this, they love each other and meet each other. They have become superior, like seeds which are selected by taking some and throwing away others. This selection has distinguished them, and the process of choosing has purified them.
واعلموا أن عباد إله المستحفظين علمه يصونون مصونته ويفجرون عيونه يتواصلون بالولاية ويتلاقون بالمحبة ويتساقون بأسرية ويصدرون بالرية لا تشوبهم الريبة ولا تسرع فيهم الغيبة.
علّ ذلك عقد خلقهم وأخلاقهم، فعليه يتحابون وبه يتواصلون، فآنوا كتفاضل البذر ينتقى فيؤخذ منه ويلق قد ميزه الخليص وهاذ به المنحيص. Therefore, man should secure honor by adopting these qualities. He should fear the day of doom before it arrives, and he should appreciate the shortness of his life and the shortness of his sojourn in the place of stay, which has only to last for his changeover to the next place. He should therefore do something for his changeover and for the known stages of his departure. Blessed be he who possesses a virtuous heart, obeys one who guides him, keeps away from one who takes him to ruin, catches the path of safety with the help of him who provides him light, and, by obeying the leader who commands him, hastens towards guidance before its doors are closed, gets open the door of repentance, and removes the sins. He has certainly been put on the right path and guided towards the straight road.
فليقبل امرؤ كرامة بقبولها وليحذر قارعة قبل حلولها ولينظر امرؤ فقصير أيامه وقليل مقامه فمنزل حتى يستبدل به منزلا فليصنع لمتحوله ومعارف منتقلة فطوبى لذي قلب سليم أطاع من يهديه وتجنب من يرديه. وأصاب سبيل السلامة ببصر من بصره وطاعة هاد أمره وبادر الهدى قبل أن تغلق أبوابه وتقطع أسبابه.
واستفتح التوبة وأماط الحوبة فقد أقيم على الطريق وهدي نهج السبيل. Alternative sources for Sermon 214. العامدي غرار ابن أبي الحديد شرح 3:23. Sermon 215. Praise be to Allah, who made me such. A prayer which Amir al-Mu'mineen often recited.
كان يدعو به كثيرا.
Praise be to Allah, who made me such that I have not died, nor am I sick, nor have my veins been infected with disease, nor have I been hauled up for my evil acts, nor am I without progeny, nor have I forsaken my religion, nor do I disbelieve in my Lord, nor do I feel strangeness with my faith, nor is my intelligence affected, nor have I been punished with the punishment of peoples before me. I am a slave in thy possession. I have been guilty of excesses over myself. Thou hast exhausted thy pleas over me, and I have no plea. I have no power to take except what thou givest me, and I cannot evade except what thou savest me from. O my God! I seek thy protection from becoming destitute despite thy riches, from being misguided despite thy guidance, from being molested in thy realm, and from being humiliated while authority rests with thee. O my God, let my spirit be the first of those good objects that thou takest from me, and the first trust out of thy favors held in trust with me. O my God, we seek thy protection from turning away from thy command, or revolting against thy religion, or being led away by our desires instead of by guidance that comes from thee. Alternative sources for Sermon 215.
السيد ابن الباقي الاختبار
Al-Majlisi, Bihar, Volume 94, 226. Sermon 216. So now Allah, the Glorified, has delivered at the Battle of Siffin about mutual rights of the ruler and the ruled.
خطبها بصفين.
So now Allah, the Glorified, has, by placing me over your affairs, created my right over you, and you too have a right over me like mine over you. A right is very vast in description, but very narrow in equitability of action. It does not accrue to any person unless it accrues against him also, and right does not accrue against a person unless it also accrues in his favor. If there is any right which is only in favor of a person with no right accruing against him, it is solely for Allah, the Glorified, and not for his creatures by virtue of his might over his creatures, and by virtue of the justice permeating all his decrees. Of course, he, the Glorified, has created his right over creatures that they should worship him, and has laid upon himself their reward equal to several times the recompense as a mark of his bounty and the generosity that he is capable of.
أما بعد فقد جعل الله لي عليما حقا بولاية أمركم ولم يعلم من الحق مثل الذي العليم فالحق أوسع الأشياء فللتواصف وأضيقها فللتناصف لا يجري لأحد إلا جرى عليه ولا يجري عليه إلا جرى له ولو كان لأحد أن يجري له ولا يجري عليه لأن ذلك خالصا له سبحانه دون خلقه لقدرته على عباده ولعدله فكل ما جرت عليه صروف قضائه ولنه جعل حقه على العباد أن يطيعوه وجعل جزاءهم عليه مضاعفة الثواب تفضلا منه وتوسعه.
بما هو من المزيد أهله. Then, from his rights, he, the Glorified, created certain rights for certain people against others. He made them so as to equate with one another. Some of these rights produce other rights. Some rights are such that they do not accrue except with others. The greatest of these rights that Allah, the Glorified, has made obligatory is the right of the ruler over the ruled, and the right of the ruled over the ruler. This is an obligation which Allah, the Glorified, has placed on each other. He has made it the basis of their affection and an honor for their religion. Consequently, the ruled cannot prosper unless the rulers are sound, while the rulers cannot be sound unless the ruled are steadfast. If the ruled fulfill the rights of the ruler, and the ruler fulfills their rights, then right attains the position of honor among them. The ways of religion become established, signs of justice become fixed, and the sunnah gains currency.
ثم جعل سبحانه من حقوقه حقوقا افترضها لبعض الناس على بعض فجعلها تتآفأ وجوهها ويوجب بعضها بعضا ولا يستوجب بعضها إلا ببعض. وأعظم ما افترض سبحانه من تلك الحقوق حق الوالي على الرعية وحق الرعية على الوال
فريضة فرضها إلهه سبحانه لعلى كل فج، فجعلها نظاما لفساحهم وعزا لدينهم، فليست تصلح الرعية إلا بصلاح الولاة، ولا تصلح الولاة إلا باستقامة الرعية. فإذا أدت الرعية الوالي الحقه وأدى الوالي إليها حقها عز الحق بينهم، وقامت مناهج الدين، واعتدلت معالم العدل، وجرت على إذلالها السنن. In this way, time will improve, the continuance of government will be expected, and the aims of enemies will be frustrated. But if the ruled gain sway over the ruler, or the ruler oppresses the ruled, then difference crops up in every word. Signs of oppression appear. Mischief enters religion, and the ways of the Sunnah are forsaken. Then desires are acted upon. The commands are discarded. Diseases of the spirit become numerous, and there is no hesitation in disregarding even great rights, nor in committing big wrongs. In such circumstances, the virtuous are humiliated while the vicious are honored, and there are serious chastisements from Allah, the glorified, onto the people.
فصلح بذلك الزمان، وطمع في بقاء الدولة، ويئست مطامع الأعداء. وإذا غلبت الرعية وليها أو أجحف الوالي برعيته، اختلفت هنالك اللمة، وظهرت معالم الجور، وكثر الأدغال في الدين، وتركت محاجي السنن، فعمل بالهوى، وعطلت الأحامى، وكثرت علل النفوس، فلا يستوحش لعظيم حق عطل، ولا لعظيم باطل فعل. فهنالك تذل الأبرار، وتعز الأشرار، وتعظم تبعات الآلهة عند العباد.
You should therefore counsel each other and cooperate with each other. However extremely eager a person may be to secure the pleasure of Allah, and however fully he strives for it, he cannot discharge obedience to Allah, the glorified, as is really due to him. And it is an obligatory right of Allah over the people that they should advise each other to the best of their ability and cooperate with each other for the establishment of truth among them. No person, however great his position in the matter of truth, and however advanced his distinction in religion may be, is above cooperation in connection with the obligations placed on him by Allah. Again, no man, however small he may be regarded by others, and however humble he may appear before eyes, is too low to cooperate or to be afforded cooperation in this matter. فعليم بالتناصح في ذلك وحسن التعاون عليه، فليس أحد وإن اشتد علي رضاه حرصه وطال في العمل اجتهاده ببالغ حقيقة ما أهله سبحانه أهله من الطاعة له، ولن من واجب حقوقه العباد النصيحة بمبلغ جهدهم والتعاون على إقامة الحق بينهم. وليس إمرب وإن عظمت فالحق منزلته وتقدمت في الدين فضيلته بفوق أن يعان على ما حمله الله من حقه، ولا أمر وإن صغرته النفوس واقتحمته العيون بدون أن يعين عليه ذلك أو يعان عليه. One of Amir al-Mu'minin's companions replied to him by a long speech wherein he praised him much and mentioned his own listening to him and obeying him, whereupon Amir al-Mu'minin said, "If a man in his mind regards Allah's glory as being high and believes in his heart that Allah's position is sublime, then it is his right that on account of the greatness of these things he should regard all other things small. Among such persons, he on whom Allah's bounty is great and Allah's favors are kind has a greater obligation, because Allah's bounty over any person does not increase without an increase in Allah's right over him. إن من حق من عظم جلال إلهه فهو نفسه وجل موضعه من قلبه أن يصغر عنده لعظم ذلك كل ما سواه، وإن أحق من كان كذلك لمن عظمت نعمة إلهه عليه ولطف إحسانه إليه، فإنه لم تعظم نعمة إلهه على أحد إلا ازداد حق ألاه عليه عظما. In the view of virtuous people, the worst position of rulers is that it may be thought about them that they love glory, and their affairs may be taken to be based on pride. I would really hate that it may occur to your mind that I love high praises or to hear eulogies. By the grace of Allah, I am not like this. Even if I had loved to be mentioned like this, I would have given it up in submissiveness before Allah, the glorified, rather than accept greatness and sublimity to which He is more entitled. Generally, people feel pleased at praise after good performances. But do not mention for me handsome praise for the obligations I have discharged towards Allah and towards you, because of fear about those obligations which I have not discharged, and for issuing injunctions which could not be avoided. And do not address me in the manner despots are addressed. Do not evade me as the people of passion are evaded. Do not meet me with flattery, and do not think that I shall take it ill if a true thing is said to me. Because the person who feels disgusted when truth is said to him, or a just matter is placed before him, would find it more difficult to act upon them. Therefore, do not abstain from saying a truth or pointing out a matter of justice, because I do not regard myself above erring one. I do not escape erring in my actions, but that Allah helps me in matters in which He is more powerful than I. Certainly, I and you are slaves owned by Allah, other than whom there is no Lord except Him. He owns ourselves, which we do not own. He took us from where we were towards what means prosperity to us. He altered our straying into guidance and gave us intelligence after blindness.
وأن من أسخف حالات الولاة عند صالح الناس أن يظن بهم حب الفخر ويوضع أمرهم على البر، وقد كرهت أن يكون جال فظن أن أحب الإطراء واستماع الثناء، ولست بحمد الله كذلك، ولو كنت أحب أن يقال ذلك لتركته انحطاطا له سبحانه عن تناول ما هو أحق به من العظمة والبرية. وربما استحل الناس ثناء بعد البلاء، فلا تثنوا إلا بجميل ثناء لإخراج نفس الهاء والأليم من التقية، فحقوق لم أفرغ من أدائها وفرائض لا بد منه. إمضاءها، فلا تلمون بما تلموا به الجبابرة، ولا تتحفظوا منه بما يتحفظ به عند أهل البادرة، ولا تخالطون بالمصانعة، ولا تظن باستثقالا، فحقا قيل لن، ولا التماس إعظاما لنفس، فإنه من استثقل الحق أن يقال له أو العدل أن يعرض عليه كأن العمل بهما أثقل عليه. فلا تفئوا عن مقالة بحق أو مشورة بعدل، فإن لست في نفس بفوق أن أخطئ، ولا آمن ذلك من فعل، إلا أن يؤله منه من نفسي ما هو أملك به فإنما أنا وأنتم عبيد مملوكون لرب لا، رب غيره يملك منا ما لا نملك من أنفسنا، وأخرجنا مما كنا فيه الما صلحنا عليه، فأبدلنا بعض الضلالة بالهدى، وأعطانا البصيرة بعد العم.
Alternative sources for Sermon 216. Al-Kulaini, Rawda 352. 1. That the innocence of angels is different from the innocence of man needs no detailed discussion. The innocence of angels means that they do not possess the impulse to sin. But the innocence of man means that, although he has human frailties and passions, yet he possesses a peculiar power to resist them, and he is not overpowered by them so as to commit sins. This very ability is called innocence, and it prevents the rising up of personal passions and impulses. Amir al-Mu'mineen's saying that I do not regard myself above erring refers to those human dictates and passions, and his saying that Allah helps me in avoiding errors refers to innocence. The same tone is found in the Quran in the words of Prophet Yusuf that, I exculpate not myself. Verily, self is wont to bid evil, except such as my Lord hath had mercy on. Verily, my Lord is oft forgiving, all merciful. Just as in this verse, because of the existence of exception. Its first part cannot be used to argue against his innocence. Similarly, due to the existence of the exception, but that Allah helps me in avoiding errors, in Amir al-Mu'mineen's saying, its first part cannot be used to argue against his innocence. Otherwise, the Prophet's innocence too will have to be rejected. In the same way, the last sentence of this sermon should not be taken to mean that before the proclamation of prophethood, he had been under the influence of pre-Islamic beliefs, and that, just as others had been unbelievers, he too might have been in darkness and misguidance, because from his very birth, Amir al-Mu'mineen was brought up by the Prophet, and the effect of his training and upbringing permeated him. It cannot therefore be imagined that he who had from infancy trod in the footprints of the Prophet would deviate from guidance even for a moment. Thus, al-Masudi has written, Amir al-Mu'mineen never believed in any other God than Allah, so that there could be the question of his accepting Islam. He rather followed the Prophet in all his actions and initiated him, and in this very state he attained majority. Here, by those whom Allah led from darkness into guidance, the reference is to the persons whom Amir al-Mu'mineen was addressing. Ibn Abi al-Hadid writes in this connection, the reference here is not to his own self because he had never been an unbeliever so as to have accepted Islam after that, but in these words he is referring to those group of people whom he was addressing. Sermon 217. O my God, I beseech thee, about the excesses of the Quraysh. O my God, I beseech thee to take revenge on the Quraysh and those who are assisting them, for they have cut asunder my kinship and overturned my cup, and have joined together to contest a right to which I was entitled more than anyone else. They said to me, if you get your right, that will be just, but you are denied the right, that too will be just. Endure it with sadness, or kill yourself in grief. I looked around, but found no one to shield me, protect me, or help me except the members of my family. I refrained from flinging them into death, and therefore closed my eyes despite the dust, kept swallowing saliva despite grief, and endured pangs of anger, although it was more bitter than colocynth, and more grievous than the bite of knives. As-Sayyid al-Radi says, this utterance of Amir al-Mu'mineen has already appeared in an earlier sermon, but I have repeated it here because of the difference of versions. A part of the same sermon about those who went to Basra to fight Amir al-Mu'mineen. وَمِنْهُ They marched on my officers and the custodians of the public treasury, which is still under my control, and on the people of a metropolis, all of whom were obedient to me and were in allegiance to me. They created division among them, instigated their party against me, and attacked my followers. They killed a group of them by treachery, while another group took up swords against them and fought with the swords till they met Allah as adherents to truth. فقدموا على عمال وخزان بيت مال المسلمين
الذي في يده وعلى أهل مصر كل هم في طاعته وعلى بيعة فشت توتأوا كلمتهم وأفسدوا على جماعتهم وثابوا على شيعتهم فقتلوا طائفة منهم غدرا وطائفة عضوا على أسيافهم فضاربوا بها حتى لقوا آلا صادقين.
Alternative sources for Sermon 2:17.
الكليني الرسائل C. Ibn Tawus كشف 173. Ibn قتيبة العمامة I 154. الثقفي الغرات الطبري المسترشد 95. صفوة جمهرة
Sermon 218. Abu Muhammad lies. When Amir al-Mu'mineen passed by the corpses of Talha ibn Ubaidullah and Abd al-Rahman ibn Attab ibn Asid, who were both killed in the Battle of Jamal, he said, "Abu Muhammad lies here away from his own place. By Allah, I did not like that the Quraysh should lie killed under the stars. I have avenged myself with the descendants of Abd Manaf, but the chief persons of Banu Juma, one, have escaped me. They had stretched their necks towards a matter for which they were not suited, and therefore their necks were broken before they reached the goal."
لقد أصبح أبو محمد بهذا المان غريبا. أما والله لقد كنت أكره أن تون قريش قتلا تحت بطون الواكب. أدركت وتري من بني عبد مناف وأفلت أعيان بن جمح لقد أتلعوا أعناقهم لأمر لم يؤوا أهله فأقصودونه.
Alternative sources for Sermon 219.
أبو الفرج الأغاني 21 246. المبرد الكامل I 126. البيهقي المحاسن 253. ابن عبد الربي العقد 2 279. ابن الأثير النهاية I 192. البلاذوري أنصاب 2 261. المسعودي مروج 2 371. 1. In the Battle of Jamal, a group of Banu Juma was with Aisha, but the chief men of this group fled away from the battlefield. Some of them were Abdullah al-Tawil ibn Safwan, Yahya ibn Hakim, Amir ibn Masud, and Ayub ibn Habib. From this group, only 2 persons were killed. Sermon 219. He kept his mind alive. Qualities of the God-fearing and the pious. He kept his mind alive and killed his heart, till his body became thin, his bulk turned light, and an effulgence of extreme brightness shone for him. It lighted the way for him and took him on the path. Different doors led him to the door of safety and the place of stay. His feet, balancing his body, became fixed in the position of safety and comfort, because he kept his heart and pleased his Allah. قد أحيا عقله وأمات نفسه حتى دق جليله ولطف غليظه وبرق له لامع كثير البرق فأبان له الطريق وسلك به السبيل وتدافعته الأبواب الباب باب السلامة ودار الإقامة وثبتت رجلاه بطمأنينة بدنه فقراع الأمن والراحة بما استعمل قلبه وأرض ربه. Alternative sources for Sermon 219. العامدي غرر 233.
Sermon 220. How distant is their aim?
Amir al-Mu'mineen recited the verse,
"Engage, vying in exuberance, until ye come to the graves."
1.
Then he said, "How distant is their aim? How neglectful are these visitors? And how difficult is the affair! They have not taken lessons from things which are full of lessons, but they took them from far-off places. Do they boast on the dead bodies of their forefathers, or do they regard the number of dead persons as a ground for feeling boastful of their number? They want to revive the bodies that have become spiritless and the movements that have ceased. They are more entitled to be a source of lesson than a source of pride. They are more suitable for being a source of humility than of honor.
يا له مرامة ما أبعده، وزورا ما أغفله، وخطرا ما أفضاه. لقد استخلوا منهم أي مذكر وتناوشوهم من مأن بعيد. أفبمصارع آبائهم يفخرون، أم بعديد الهل يتأثرون؟ يرتجعون منهم أجسادا خوت وحركات سنت ولأن ينووا. عبرا أحق من أن ينهوا مفتخرا، ولأن يهبطوا بهم جناب ذله، أحج من أن يقاوموا بهم مقام عزة.
They looked at them with weak-sighted eyes and descended into the hollow of ignorance. If they had asked about them from the dilapidated houses and empty courtyards, they would have said that they went into the earth in the state of misguidance, and you too are heading ignorantly towards them. You trample their skulls, want to raise constructions on their corpses, you graze what they have left, and live in houses which they have vacated. The days between them and you are also bemoaning you and reciting elegies over you.
لقد نظروا إليهم بأبصار العشوة، وضربوا منهم في غمرة جهالة، ولو استنطقوا عنهم عرصات تلك الديار الخاوية والربوع الخالية لقالت: ذهبوا في الأرض ضلالا، وذهبتم في أعقابهم جهالا، تطاون في هامهم وتستنبتون فيه.
أجسادهم وترتعون فيما لفظوا، وتسنون فيما خربوا، وإنما إلا الأيام بينهم وبينهم بواك ونوائح عليم.
They are your forerunners in reaching the goal, and have arrived at the watering places before you. They had positions of honor and plenty of pride. They were rulers and holders of positions. Now they have gone into the interstice, where earth covers them from above, and is eating their flesh and drinking their blood. They lie in the hollows of their graves lifeless, no more growing, and hidden, not to be found. The approach of dangers does not frighten them, and the adversity of circumstances does not grieve them. They do not mind earthquakes, nor do they pay heed to thunders. They are gone and not expected back. They are existent but unseen. They were united but are now dispersed. They were friendly and are now separated.
أولئم سلف غايتهم وفراط مناهلم، الذين كانت لهم مقاوم العز وحلبات الفخر، ملوكا وسوقا سلوا، فبطون البرزخ سبيلا، سلطت الأرض عليهم فيه، فأكلت من لحومهم وشربت من دمائهم، فأصبحوا في الفجوات قبورهم.
جمادا لا ينمون، وضمارا لا يوجدون، لا يفزعهم ورود الأهوال، ولا يحزنهم تنير الأحوال، ولا يحفلون بالرواجف، ولا يأذنون للقواصف، غيبا لا ينتظرون، وشهودا لا يحضرون، وإنما كانوا جميعا فتشتتواء، وآلافا فافترقوا.
Their accounts are unknown, and their houses are silent, not because of length of time or distance of place, but because they have been made to drink the cup which has changed their speech into dumbness, their hearing into deafness, and their movements into stillness. It seems as though they are fallen in slumber. They are neighbors not feeling affection for each other, or friends who do not meet each other. The bonds of their knowing each other have been worn out, and the connections of their friendship have been cut asunder. Every one of them is therefore alone, although they are a group, and they are strangers, even though friends. They are unaware of morning after a night, and of evening after a day. The night or the day when they departed has become ever existent for them. 2. They found the dangers of their place of stay more serious than they had apprehended, and they witnessed that its signs were greater than they had guessed. The two objectives have been stretched for them up to a point beyond the reach of fear or hope. Had they been able to speak, they would have become dumb to describe what they witnessed or saw.
وما عن طول عهدهم ولا بعد محلهم عميت أخبارهم وصمتت ديارهم ولن هم سقوا كأسا بدلتهم بالنطق خرسا وبالسمع صما وبالحركات سما فإن هم فارتجال الصفة صرع سبات جيران لا يترأسون وأحباء لا
يتزاورون بليت بينهم عرات العارف وانقطعت منهم أسباب الإخاء فهم وحيد وهم جميع وبجانب الهجر وهم أخلاء لا يتعارفون لليل صباحا ولا للنهار مساء.
أي الجديدين ضعنوا فيه كان عليهم سرمدة شاهدوا من أخطار دارهم أفظع مما خافوا ورأوا من آياتها أعظم مما قد رووا فألة الغايتين مدت لهم الإنباء فأتت مبالغ الخوف والرجاء
فلو كانوا ينطقون بها لعيوا بصفة ما شاهدوا وما عاينوا. Even though their traces have been wiped out and their news has stopped, eyes are capable of drawing a listen. As they looked at them, ears of intelligence heard them, and they spoke perfectly. So, they said that handsome faces have been destroyed and delicate bodies have been smeared with earth. We have put on a worn-out shroud. The narrowness of the grave has overwhelmed us, and strangeness has spread among us. Our silent abodes have been ruined. The beauty of our bodies has disappeared. Our known features have become hateful. Our stay in the places of strangeness has become long. We do not get relief from pain, nor widening from narrowness.
ولئن عميت آثارهم وانقطعت أخبارهم لقد رجعت فيهم أبصار العبر وسمعت عنهم آذان العقول وتليوا من غير جهات النطق فقالوا كلحت الوجوه النواضر وخوت الأجساد النواعم ولبسنا أهدام البل وتأدن ضيق المضجع وتوارثنا الوحشة وتهنت علينا الربوع الصموت فانمحت محاسن أجسادنا وتناثرت معارف صورنا
وطالت فمساكن الوحشة أقامتنا ولم نجد من كرب فرجا ولا من ضيق متسعا. Now, if you portray them in your mind, or if the curtains concealing them are removed from them for you, in this state, when their ears have lost their power and turned deaf, their eyes have been filled with dust and sunk down, their tongues, which were very active, have been cut into pieces. Their hearts, which were ever wakeful, have become motionless in their chests. In every limb of theirs, a peculiar decay has occurred which has deformed it, and has paved the way for calamity towards it. All these lie powerless, with no hand to help them, and no heart to grieve over them. You would certainly notice the grief of hearts and the dirt of eyes.
فلو مثلتهم بعقلك أو كشف عنهم محجوب الغطاء لك وقد ارتسخت أسماعهم بالهوام فستت واكتحلت أبصارهم بالتراب فخسفت وتقطعت الألسنة فأفواههم بعد ذلاقتها وهمدت القلوب في صدورهم بعد يقظتها وعاث في كل جارحة منهم جديد بل سمجها وسهل طرق الآفة إليها مستسلمات فلا أيد تدفع ولا قلوب تجزع لرأيت أججان قلوب وأقذاء عيون.
Every trouble of theirs is such that its position does not change, and the distress does not clear away. How many a prestigious body and amazing beauty the earth has swallowed, although when in the world he enjoyed abundant pleasures and was nurtured in honor. He clung to enjoyments in the hour of grief. If distress befell him, he sought refuge in consolation through the pleasures of life and playing and games. While he was laughing at the world, and the world was laughing at him in his life full of forgetfulness, time trampled him like thorns. The days weakened his energy, and death began to look at him from near. Then he was overtaken by a grief which he had never felt, and ailments appeared in place of the health he had previously possessed.
بحسه ونقضت الأيام قواه ونظرت إليه الحتوف من كثب فخالطه بث لا يعرفه ونجهم ما كان يجده وتولدت فيه فترات عل آنس ما كان بصحته.
He then turned to that with which the physician had made him familiar, namely, suppressing the hot with cold and curing the cold with hot doses. But the cold things did nothing save aggravate the hot ailments, while the hot ones did nothing except increasing the coldness. Nor did he acquire temperateness in his constitution, but rather every ailment of his increased till his physicians became helpless. His attendants grew neglectful, and his own family lacked the ability to describe his disease, and were unable to answer those who inquired about him. They disputed in front of him about the serious news which they were concealing from him. Thus, someone would say, "His condition is what it is," and would console them with hopes of his recovery, while another one would advocate patience on missing him, recalling to them the calamities that had befallen the earlier generations.
ففزع آل ما كان عودة الأطباء من تسرين الحار بالقار وتحريك البارد بالحار فلم يطفئ ببارد إلا ثور حرارة ولا حرك بحار ألا هيج برودة ولا اعتدل بممازجه لتلك الطبائع ألا أمدد منها كل ذات داء حتى فتر معللة وذهل ممرضة وتعايا أهله بصفة دائه وخرسوا عن جواب السائلين عنه وتنازعوا دونه شجر خبرا يتمنونه فقائل يقول هو لما باه وممن لهم إياب عافيته ومصبرا لهم على فقده يذكرهم آف الماضين من قبله.
In this state, when he was getting ready to depart from the world and leave his beloved ones, such a serious choking overtook him that his senses became bewildered and the dampness of his tongue dried up. Now, there was many an important question whose reply he knew about, he could not utter it. And many a voice that was painful for his heart that he heard, but remained as though he was deaf to the voice of either an elder whom he used to respect, or of a younger whom he used to caress. The pangs of death are too hideous to be covered by description, or to be appreciated by the hearts of the people in this world.
فبينها هو كذلك عل جناخ من فراق الدنيا وترك الأحبة إذ عرض له عارض من غصصه فتحيرت نوافذ فطنته ويبست رطوبة لسانه فمن من مهم من جوابه عرفه عفة عن رده وداع مؤلم لقلبه سمعه فتصام عنه من كبير كان يعظمه أو صغير كان يرحمه وإن للموت لغمرات وأفظع من أن تستغرق بصفة أو تعتدل على عقول أهله.
الدنيا. Alternative sources for Sermon 220.
الوسيطي عيون الحكم سي بحار Volume
77 432 Ibn al-Athir al-Nihaya 2 398
Abu Nu'aym Hilya 2 132
1. The genesis of the descending of this verse is that the tribes of Banu Abd Manaf and Banu Sam began to boast against each other over the abundance of their wealth and the number of their tribesmen. And in order to prove they had a greater number, each one began to include their dead as well. Whereupon this verse was revealed to the effect that abundance of riches and majority in numbers has made you so forgetful that you count the dead also with the living. This verse is also taken to mean that abundance of riches and progeny has made you forgetful till you reach the graves. But the utterance of Amir al-Mu'minin supports the first meaning. 2. This means that, for him, he who dies in the day, it is always day, whereas for him who dies in the night, the darkness of night never dispels. Because they are at a place where there is no turning of the moon and the sun, and no rotation of the nights and the days. The same meaning has been expressed by a poet like this: there is sure to be a day without a night, or a night that would come without a day. Sermon 221. Certainly, Allah has made His remembrance.
قال يا بني أناث جحلهن ذرات مرأه مسعد.
Therein declare glory unto him in the mornings and the evenings. Men whom neither merchandise nor any sale diverteth from the remembrance of Allah and constancy in prayer and paying the poor rate. They fear the day when the hearts and eyes shall writhe of the anguish. قاله عند تلاوته. Certainly, Allah, the glorified, the sublime, has made His remembrance the light for hearts which hear with its help despite deafness, see with its help despite blindness, and become submissive with its help despite unruliness. In all the periods and times when there were no prophets, there have been persons with whom Allah, precious are His bounties, whispered through their wits and spoke through their minds. With the help of the bright awakening of their ears, eyes, and hearts, they keep reminding others of the remembrance of the days of Allah, and making others feel fear for Him like guide points in wildernesses. Whoever adopts the middle way, they praise his ways and give him the tidings of deliverance. But whoever goes right and left, they vilify his ways and frighten him with ruin. In this way, they served as lamps in these darknesses and guides through these doubts.
وما برح له عزة آلاؤه فالبرهة بعد البرهة وفي أزمان الفترات عباد ناجاهم ففرهم وكل مهم في ذات عقولهم فاستصبحوا بنور يقظة في الأسماع والأبصار والأفئدة يذكرون بأيام إله ويخوفون مقامه بمنزلة الأدلة فالفلوات من أخذ القصد حمدوا إليه طريقه وبشروه بالنجاة ومن أخذ يمينا وشمالا ذموا إليه الطريق وحذروه من الهلة فآنوا كذلك مصابيح تلك الظلمات وأدلة تلك الشبهات. There are some people devoted to the remembrance who have adopted it in place of worldly matters so that commerce or trade does not turn them away from it. They pass their life in it. They speak into the ears of neglectful persons, warning against matters held unlawful by Allah. They order them to practice justice and themselves keep practicing it. And they refrain them from the unlawful and themselves refrain from it. It is as though they have finished the journey of this world towards the next world and have beheld what lies beyond it. Consequently, they have become acquainted with all that befell them in the interstice during their long stay therein, and the day of judgment fulfills its promises for them. Therefore, they removed the curtain from these things for the people of the world, till it was as though they were seeing what people did not see, and were hearing what people did not hear. وإن للذكر لأهلا أخذوه من الدنيا بدلا فلم تشغلهم تجارة ولا بيع عنه يقطعون به أيام الحياة ويهتفون بالزواجر عن محارم الله فإسماع الغافلين ويأمرون بالقسط ويأتمرون به وينهون عن المنكر ويتناهون عنه فإنما قطعوا الدنيا ألا الآخرة وهم فيها فشاهدوا ما وراء ذلك فإنما اطلعوا غيوب أهل البرزخ فطول الإقامة فيه وحققت
القيامة عليهم عداتها، فشفوا غطاء ذلك لأهل الدنيا، حتى كأنهم يرون ما لا يرى الناس، ويسمعون ما لا يسمعون.
If you picture them in your mind in their admirable positions and well-known sittings, when they have opened the records of their actions and are prepared to render an account of themselves in respect of the small as well as the big things they were ordered to do, but they failed to do, or were ordered to refrain from, but they indulged therein, and they realized the weight of their burden on their backs, and they felt too weak to bear them. Then they wept bitterly and spoke to each other while still crying and bewailing to Allah in repentance and acknowledgement. You would find them to be emblems of guidance and lamps in darkness. Angels would be surrounding them. Peace would be descending upon them. The doors of the sky would be opened for them, and positions of honor would be assigned to them in the place of which Allah had informed them.
فلو مثلتهم لعقلك فمقاومتهم المحمودة ومجالسهم المشهودة، وقد نشروا دواوين أعمالهم وفرغوا لمحاسبة أنفسهم، وعلى كل صغيرة وكبيرة أمروا بها فقصروا عنها أو نهوا عنها ففرطوا فيها وحملوا ثقل أوزارهم ظهورهم، فضعفوا عن الاستقلال بها فنشجوا نشيجا وتجاوبوا نحيبا، يعوجون ربهم من مقام ندم واعتراف، لرأيت أعلام هدى ومصابيح دجى قد حفت بهم الملائكة وتنزلت عليهم السكينة وفتحت لهم أبواب السماء، وأعدت لهم مقاعد الرامات فمقعد أطلع الآلة عليهم فيه.
Therefore, He has appreciated their actions and praised their position. They call Him and breathe in the air of forgiveness. They are ever needy of His bounty and remain humble before His greatness. The length of their grief has pained their hearts, and the length of weeping their eyes. They knock at every door of inclination towards Allah. They ask Him whom generosity does not make destitute, and from whom those who approach Him do not get disappointed. Therefore, take account of yourself for your own sake, because the account of others will be taken by one other than you.
فرض سعيهم وحمد مقامهم، يتنسمون بدعائه روحه التي لا جوز رهائن فاقه، وأسار ذلة لعظمته، جرح طول الأسقال قلوبهم وطول الباء عيونهم. للباب رغبة الآلهة سبحانه، منهم يد قارعة، يسألون من لا تضيق لديه، المنادح ولا يخيب عليه الراغبون. فحاسب نفسك لنفسك، فإن غيرها من الأنفس لها حسيب غيرك.
Alternative sources for Sermon 221.
العامدي غرار
81. Sermon 222. The addressee is devoid of argument. Amir al-Mu'mineen recited the verse, O thou man, what hath beguiled thee from thy Lord, the most gracious one?
Then he said, قاله عند تلاوته.
The addressee is devoid of argument, and his excuse is most deceptive. He is detaining himself in ignorance. O man, what has emboldened you to sins? What has deceived you about your Allah? And what has made you satisfied with the destruction of yourself? Is there no cure for your ailment, or no awakening from your sleep? Do you not have pity on yourself as you have on others? Generally, when you see anyone exposed to the heat of the sun, you cover him with shade. Or, if you see anyone afflicted with grief that pains his body, you weep out of pity for him. What has then made you patient over your own disease? What has made you firm in your own afflictions? And what has consoled you from weeping over yourself, although your life is the most precious of all lives to you? And why does not the fear of an ailment that may befall you in the night keep you wakeful, although you lie on the way to Allah's wrath due to your sins?
يا أيها الإنسان، ما جركك على ذنبك، وما غرك بربك، وما أأنسك بههلة نفسك؟
أما من دائك بلوغ أم ليس من نومتك يقظة؟
أما ترحم من نفسك ما ترحم من غيرك؟ فلربما ترى الضاحي من حر الشمس فتظله، أو ترى المبتلي بالمية يمد جسده فتبكي رحمة له. فما صبرك على دائك، وجل دأك على مصابك، وعزاك عن الباء على نفسك وهي أعز. الأنفس عليك.
وكيف لا يوقظك خوف بيات نقمة وقد تورطت بمعاصيه مدارج سطواته؟ You should cure the disease of languor in your heart by determination, and the sleep of neglectfulness in your eyes by wakefulness. Be obedient to Allah and love His remembrance, and picture to yourself that you are running away while He is approaching you. He is calling you to His forgiveness and concealing your faults with His kindness, while you are fleeing away from Him towards others. Certainly, great is Allah the Powerful, who is so generous, and how humble and weak are you, and still so bold to commit His disobedience, although you live in His protection and undergo changes of life in the expanse of His kindness. He does not refuse you His kindness, and does not remove His protection from you. In fact, you have not been without His kindness even for a moment, whether it be a favor that He conferred upon you, or a sin of yours that He has concealed, or a calamity that He has warded off from you. What is your idea about Him if you had obeyed Him? By Allah, if this had been the case with two persons equal in power and matching in might, then you would have been the first to adjudge yourself to be of bad behavior and evil deeds.
فتداوى من داء الفترة فقلبك بعزيمة، ومن كرى الغفلة فناظرك بيقظة، وكن له مطيعا وبذكره آنسا، وتمثل فيه.
حال توليك عنه إقباله عليك يدعوك إلى عفوه ويتغمدك بفضله، وأنت متول عنه إلى غيره.
فتعال من قوي ما أكرمه،
وتواضعت من ضعيف ما أجرأك على معصيته.
وأنت في كنف ستره مقيم، وفي سعة فضله متقلب، فلم يمنعك فضله ولم يهتك عنك ستره، بل لم تخل من لطفه مطرف عين، فنعمة يحدثها لك، أو سيئة يسترها عليك، أو بلية يصرفها عنك، فما ظنك به لو أطعته؟
وأيم آلة لو أن هذه الصفة كانت فاء فاء فاتفقين فاء. القوة متوازيين، فالقدر لنأولى أول حاكم عل نفسك بذميم الأخلاق ومساوئ الأعمال.
I truthfully say that the world has not deceived you, but you have had yourself deceived by it.
The world had opened to you the curtains and divulged to you equally. And in all that it foretold you about the troubles befalling your bodies and the decay in your power. It has been too true and faithful in promise, and did not speak a lie to you or deceive you. There are many who advise you about it, but they are blamed, and speak the truth about it, but they are opposed. If you understand the world by means of dilapidated houses and forlorn abodes, then, with your good understanding and far-reaching power of drawing lessons, you will find it like one who is kind over you and cautious about you. It is good abode for him who does not like it as an abode, and a good place of stay for him who does not regard it a permanent home for stay. Only those who run away from this world today will be regarded virtuous tomorrow.
وحقا أقول
ما الدنيا غرتك ولن بها اغتررت، ولقد كاشفتك العظات وآذنتك على سواء،
ولها بما تعدك من نزول البلاء بجسمك والنقص فقوتك، أصدق وأوفى من أن تذبك أو تغرك، ولرب ناصح لها عندك متهم وصادق منه.
خبرها مذ ولئن تعرفتها في الديار الخاوية والربوع الخالية لتجدنها من حسن تذكيرك وبلاغ موعظتك بمحلة الشفيق عليك والشحيح بك.
ولنعم دار من لم يرض بها دارا، ومحل من لم يوطنها محلا، وأن السعداء بالدنيا غدا هم الهاربون منها اليوم. When the earthquake occurs, the day of resurrection approaches with all its severities. The people of every worshipping place cling to it. All the devotees cling to the object of their devotion, and all the followers cling to their leader. Then, on that day, even the opening of an eye in the air and the sound of a footstep on the ground will be assigned its due through his justice and his equity. On that day, many an argument will prove void, and a contention for excuses will stand rejected.
إذا رجفت الراجفة وحقت بجلائلها القيامة ولحق بل منسك أهله وبل معبود عبدته وبل مطاع أهل طاعته فلم يجز فعدله وقسطه يومئذ خرق بصر في الهواء ولا همس قدم في الأرض إلا بحقه فمن حجة يوم ذاك
داحضة وعلائق عذر منقطعة. Therefore, you should now adopt for yourself the course with which your excuse may hold good and your plea may be proved. Take from the transient things of this world that which will stay for you. Provide for your journey. Keep gaze on the brightness of deliverance and keep ready the saddles. Alternative sources for Sermon 222. Al-Yamani, Al-Taraz, 272. Al-Amidi, Ghurar, 232. Sermon 223. By Allah, I would rather pass a night. About keeping aloof from oppression and misappropriation. Aqil's condition of poverty and destitution. By Allah, I would rather pass a night in wakefulness on the thorns of As-Sa'dan or be driven in chains as a prisoner than meet Allah and His Messenger on the day of judgment as an oppressor over any person or a usurper of anything out of worldly wealth. And how can I oppress anyone, for that is fast moving towards destruction and is to remain under the earth for a long time? By Allah, I certainly saw Aqil fallen in destitution, and he asked me a sah out of your wheat. And I also saw his children with disheveled hair and a dusty countenance due to starvation, as though their faces had been blackened by indigo. He came to me several times and repeated his request to me again and again. I heard him, and he thought I would sell my faith to him and follow his tread, leaving my own way. Then I heated a piece of iron and took it near his body so that he might take a lesson from it. Then he cried as a person in protracted illness cries with pain, and he was about to get burnt with its branding. Then I said to him, "Moaning women may moan over you, O Aqil. Do you cry on account of this iron, which has been made by a man for fun, while you are driving me towards the fire, which Allah, the Powerful, has prepared for His wrath? Should you cry from pain, but I should not cry from the flames?" A stranger incident than this is that a man one came to us in the night with a closed flask full of honey paste, but I disliked it as though it was the saliva of a serpent or its vomit. I asked him whether it was a reward or zakat or charity, for these are forbidden to us members of the Prophet's family. He said it was neither this nor that, but a present. Then I said, "Childless women may weep over you. Have you come to deviate me from the religion of Allah? Or are you mad?
Or have you been overpowered by some jinn? Or are you speaking without senses?
وأعجب من ذلك طارق طرقنا بملفوفة فوعاؤها ومعجونة شنيتها كأنما عجنت بريق حية أو قيئها فقلت أصله أم زكاة أم صدقة فذلك محرم علينا أهل البيت فقال لا ذا ولا ذاك ولن ها هدية فقلت هبلتك الهبول أعن دين إله أتيتن لتخدعن أمختبط أنت أم ذو جنة أم تهجر
By Allah, even if I am given all the domains of the seven with all that exists under the skies in order that I may disobey Allah to the extent of snatching one grain of barley from an ant, I would not do it. For me, your world is lighter than the leaf in the mouth of a locust that is chewing it. What has Ali to do with bounties that will pass away and pleasures that will not last? We seek protection of Allah from the slip of wisdom and the evils of mistakes, and from Him we seek succor. Alternative sources for Sermon 223. As-Saduq, Al-Amali 369. Sibt, Tadhkira 155. Al-Zamakhshari, Rabi' Bab al-Khayr wa As-Salah. Ibn Shahr Ashub, Al-Manaqib 2, 109. 1. It was Al-Ashath ibn Qais. Sermon 224. Oh my God! Preserve my face. Supplication. Oh my God! Preserve my face with easiness of life, and do not disgrace my countenance with destitution, lest I may have to beg a livelihood from those who beg from thee. Try to seek the favor of thy evil creatures, engage myself in praising those who give to me, and be tempted in abusing those who do not give to me, although behind all these thou art the master of giving and denying. Verily, thou over all things art the all-powerful. Alternative sources for Sermon 224. Al-Rawandi, Ad-Da'awat, Si Bihar, Volume 75, 297. Al-Yamani, Al-Taraz, I, 119. Sermon 225. This is a house surrounded by calamities, transience of the world, and the helplessness of those in graves.
فالتنفير من الدنيا.
This is a house surrounded by calamities and well known for deceitfulness. Its conditions do not last, and those who inhabit it do not remain safe. Its conditions are variable and its ways changing. Life in it is blameworthy, and safety in it is non-existent. Yet its people are targets. It strikes them with its arrows and destroys them through death.
دار بالبلاء محفوفة وبالغدر معروفة لا تدوم أحوالها ولا يسلم نزالها أحوال مختلفة وتارات متصرفة العيش فيها مذموم والأمان منها معدوم وإن ما أهلها فيها أغراض مستهدفة ترميهم بسهامها وتفنيهم بحمامها.
Know, O creatures of Allah, that, certainly, you and all the things of this world that you have are on the lines of those before you. They were of longer ages, had more populated houses, and were of more lasting traces. Their voices have become silent, their movements have become stationary, their bodies have become rotten, their houses have become empty, and their traces have been obliterated. Their magnificent places and spread-out carpets were changed to stones, laid in blocks and cave-like dug-out graves whose very foundation is based on ruins and whose construction has been made with soil. Their positions are contiguous,
but those settled in them are like far-flung strangers. They are among the people of their area, but feel lonely, and they are free from work, but still engaged. They feel no attachment with homelands, nor do they keep contact among themselves like neighbors, despite nearness of neighborhood and priority of abodes. And how can they meet each other when decay has ground them with its chest, and stones and earth have eaten them?
واعلموا عباد الله أن ما أنتم فيه من هذه الدنيا على سبيل من قد مضى قبلهم ممن كان أطول منهم أعمارا وأعمر ديارا وأبعد آثارا، أصبحت أصواتهم هامدة ورياحهم راكدة وأجسادهم بالية وديارهم خالية وآثارهم عافية، فاستبدلوا بالقصور المشيدة والنار مارق الممهدة، الصخور والأحجار المسندة والقبور اللاطئة الملحدة التي قد بنى الخراب فناووها وشيد بالتراب بناؤها، فمحلها مقترب وساكنها مغترب بين أهل محل موحشين.
وأهل فراغ متشاغلين لا يستانسون بالأوطان ولا يتواصلون تواصل الجيران، علم بينهم من قرب الجوار ودنو الدؤر، وكيفيون بينهم تزاهر، وقد طحنهم بلله البل وكلتهم الجنادل والثري.
It is as though you too have gone where they have gone. The same sleeping place has caught you, and the same place has detained you. What will then be your position when your affairs reach their end and graves are turned upside down? There shall every soul realize what it hath sent before, and they shall be brought back to Allah, their true Lord, and what they did fabricate will vanish from them. Alternative sources for Sermon 225. Sibt, Tadhkira 122. Al-Khawarazmi, Al-Manaqib 267.
المتقي كنز العمال 3 511.
Sermon 226. O my God, Thou art the most attached. Supplication.
ومن دعاء له عليه السلام.
O my God, Thou art the most attached to Thy lovers, and the most ready to assist those who trust in Thee. Thou seest them in their concealments, knowest whatever is in their consciences, and art aware of the extent of their intelligence. Consequently, their secrets are open to Thee, and their hearts are eager from Thee. If loneliness makes them desolate, Thy remembrance gives them solace. If distresses befall them, they beseech Thy protection, because they know that the reins of affairs are in Thy hands, and that their movements depend upon Thy commands.
اللهم إن كان أأنس الإنسين لأوليائك وأحضرهم بالفاية للمتوكلين عليك، تشاهدهم في سرائرهم وتطلع عليهم في ضمائرهم وتعلم مبلغ بصائرهم، فأسرارهم لك مكشوفة وقلوبهم إليك ملهوفة. إن أوحشتهم الغربة آنسهم ذكرك.
وإن صبت عليهم المصائب لجأوا إلى الاستجارة بك، علما بأن أزمة الأمور بيدك ومصادرها عن قضائك. Oh my God! If I am unable to express my request or cannot see my needs, then guide me towards my betterment and take my heart towards the correct goal. For this is not against Thy guidance, nor anything new against Thy ways of support. Oh my God, deal with me through Thy forgiveness, and do not deal with me according to Thy justice. Alternative sources for Sermon 226. Al-Tusi, Misbah 249. Al-Samahiji, Al-Sahifat Al-Alawiyat Al-Ula, Sermon 227. May Allah reward such and such man. About a companion who passed away from this world before the occurrence of troubles. May Allah reward such and such man, one who straightened the curve, cured the disease, abandoned mischief,
and established the Sunnah. He departed with untarnished clothes and little shortcomings. He achieved good and remained safe from its evils. He offered Allah's obedience and feared Him as he deserved. He went away and left the people in dividing ways wherein the misled cannot obtain guidance and the guided cannot attain certainty.
له بلاد فلان فلقد قوم الأود وداوى العمد وأقام السنة وخلف الفتنة. ذهب نق النفس وقليل العيب، أصاب خيرها وسبق شرها، أدى الآل طاعته واتقاه بحقه، رحل وتركهم فطرقا متشعبة، لا يهتدي بها الضال ولا يستيقن المهتدي.
Alternative sources for Sermon 227.
الروندي الدعوات الطباري تاريخ v. 47.
See also the commentaries of Ibn Abi al-Hadid, 392, and Ibn Maytham al-Bahrani, IV, 97. 1. Ibn Abi al-Hadid has written that the reference here is to the second Caliph Omar, and that these sentences have been uttered in his praise as indicated by the word Omar written under the word such and such in As-Sayyid ar-Radi's own hand in the manuscript of Nahjul Balagha written by him. This is Ibn Abi al-Hadid's statement, but it is to be seen that if As-Sayyid ar-Radi had written the word Omar by way of explanation, it should have existed, as other explanations by him have remained in those versions which have been copied from his manuscript. Even now, there exists in Al-Musil University the oldest copy of Nahjul Balagha, written by the famous calligraphist Yaqut al-Mustasimi, but no one has afforded any clue to this explanation of As-Sayyid ar-Radi. Even if the view of Ibn Abil Hadid is accepted, it would be deemed to represent the personal opinion of As-Sayyid al-Radi, which may serve as a supplementary argument in support of an original argument, but this personal view cannot be assigned any regular importance. It is strange that 2.5 centuries after As-Sayyid ar-Radi, namely in the 7th century AH, Ibn Abi al-Hadid makes the statement that the reference here is to Caliph Omar, and that As-Sayyid ar-Radi himself had so indicated. As a result of which, some other annotators also followed the same line. But the contemporaries of As-Sayyid ar-Radi who wrote about Nahjul Balagha have given no such indication in their writings, although as contemporaries they should have had better information about As-Sayyid ar-Radi's writing. Thus, Al-Allama Ali ibn Nasir, who was a contemporary of As-Sayyid ar-Radi and wrote an annotation of Nahjul Balagha under the name of Alam Nahjul Balagha, writes in connection with this sermon, Amir al-Mu'mineen has praised one of his own companions for his good conduct. He had died before the troubles that arose after the death of the Prophet of Allah. This is supported by the annotations of Nahjul Balagha written by Al-Allama Qutbuddin ar-Rawandi. Ibn Abil Hadid and Ibn Maytham al-Bahrani have quoted his following view. By this, Amir al-Mu'mineen refers to one of his own companions who died before the mischief and disruption that occurred following the death of the Prophet of Allah. Al-Allama al-Hajj al-Mirza Habibullah al-Khuwi is of the opinion that the person is Malik ibn al-Harith al-Ashtar, on the ground that after the assassination of Malik, the situation of the Muslim community was such as Amir al-Mu'mineen explains in this sermon. Al-Khuwi adds that Amir al-Mu'mineen has praised Malik repeatedly, such as in his letter to the people of Egypt sent through Malik when he was made the governor of that place, and like his utterances when the news of Malik's assassination reached him. He said, Malik, who is Malik? If Malik was a stone, he was hard and solid. If he was a rock, he was a great rock which had no parallel. Women have become barren to give birth to such as Malik. Amir al-Mu'mineen had even expressed in some of his utterances that Malik was to me as I was to the Holy Prophet. Therefore, one who possesses such a position certainly deserves such attributes, and even beyond that. If these words had been about Caliph Umar, and there was some trustworthiness about it, Ibn Abi al-Hadid would have recorded the authority or tradition, and it would have existed in history and been known among the people. But here, nothing is found to prove this statement except a few self-concocted events. Thus, about the pronouns in the words khayraha and sharraha, he takes them to refer to the caliphate, and writes that these words can apply only to one who enjoys power and authority, because without authority, it is impossible to establish the sunnah or prevent innovation. This is the gist of the argument he has advanced on this occasion, although there is no proof to establish that the antecedent of this pronoun is the caliphate. It can rather refer to the world, and that would be in accord with the context. Again, to regard authority as a condition for the safeguarding of people's interest and the propagation of the sunnah means to close the door to profiting others to good and dissuading them from evil. Although Allah has assigned this duty to a group of the people without the condition of authority, and that there should be among you a group who call unto virtue and enjoin what is good and forbid wrong, and these are they who shall be successful. Similarly, it is related from the Prophet, so long as people go on prompting for good and dissuading from evil and assisting each other in virtue and piety, they will remain in righteousness. Again, Amir al-Mu'mineen, in the course of a will, says in general terms, "Establish the pillars of the unity of Allah and the Sunnah, and keep both these lamps aflame." In these sayings, there is no hint that this obligation cannot be discharged without authority. Facts also tell us that the rulers and kings could not prevent evil or propagate virtue to the extent to which some unknown godly persons were able to inculcate moral values by imprinting their morality on heart and minds. Although they were not backed by any army or force, and they didn't have any equipment save destitution, no doubt authority and control can bend heads down before it, but it is not necessary that it should also pave the way for virtue in hearts. History shows that most of the rulers destroyed the features of Islam. Islam's existence and progress has been possible by the efforts of those helpless persons who possessed nothing save poverty and discomfiture. If it is insisted that the reference here should only be to a ruler, then why should it not be taken to mean a companion of Amir al-Mu'mineen who had been the head of a province such as Salman al-Farisi, for whose burial Amir al-Mu'mineen went to al-Madain? And it is not implausible that Amir al-Mu'mineen might have uttered these words after his burial by way of comments on his life and way of governance. However, to believe that they are about Caliph Umar is without any proof. In the end, Ibn Abi al-Hadid has quoted the following statements of at-Tabari in proof of his hypothesis. It is related from al-Mughira ibn Shuba that when Caliph Umar died, Ibn Abi Hathma said, crying, "O Omar, you were the man who straightened the curve, removed ills, destroyed mischief, revived the sunnah, remained chaste, and departed without entangling in evils." Al-Mughira related that, "When Omar was buried, I came to Ali and I wanted to hear something from him about Omar. So, on my arrival, Amir al-Mu'mineen came out in this state that was wrapped in one cloth after bathing and was jerking the hair of his head and beard, and he had no doubt that the caliphate would come to him. On this occasion he said, 'May Allah have mercy on Omar.' Ibn Abi Hathma has correctly said that he enjoyed the good of the caliphate and remained safe from its evils. By Allah, she did not say it herself, but was made to say so. The relator of this event is Al-Mughira ibn Shuba, whose adultery with Jamil, the Caliph Umar's saving him from the penalty despite the evidence, and his openly abusing Amir al-Mu'minin in Kufa under Muawiyah's behest are admitted facts of history. On this ground, what weight his statements can carry is quite clear. From the factual point of view also, this story cannot be accepted. Al-Mughira's statement that Amir al-Mu'minin had no doubt about his caliphate is against the facts. What were the factors from which he made this guess when the actual facts were to the contrary? If the caliphate was certain for anyone, it was Uthman. Thus, at the consultative committee, Abd ar-Rahman ibn Awef said to Amir al-Mu'minin, "O Ali, do not create a situation against yourself, for I have observed and consulted the people, and they all want Uthman." Consequently, Amir al-Mu'minin was sure not to get the caliphate, as has already been stated on the authority of At-Tabari's history, under the sermon of the camel's foam. Namely, that on seeing the names of the members of the consultative committee, Amir al-Mu'minin had said to Al-Abbas ibn Abd al-Muttalib that the caliphate could not be given to anyone except Uthman, since all the powers had been given to Abd ar-Rahman ibn Awaf, and he was Uthman's brother-in-law, and Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas was a relative and tribesman of Abd ar-Rahman. These two would join in giving the caliphate to him. At this stage, the question arises as to what the reason was that actuated al-Mughira to prompt Amir al-Mu'minin to say something about Omar. If he knew that Amir al-Mu'minin had good ideas about Omar, he should have also known his impression. But if he thought that Amir al-Mu'minin did not entertain good ideas about him, then the purpose of his asking Amir al-Mu'minin would be none other than that whatever he may say, he would, by exposing it, create an atmosphere against him, and make the members of the consultative committee suspicious of him. The views of the members of the consultative committee are well understood from the very fact that, by putting the condition of following the conduct of the first two caliphs in electing the caliph, they had shown their adherence to them. In these circumstances, when al-Mughira tried to play this trick, Amir al-Mu'minin said, just by way of relating a fact, that Omar achieved the good and remained safe from its evil. This sentence has no connection with praise or eulogy. Umar did in his days enjoy all kinds of advantages, while his period was free from the mischiefs that cropped up later. After recording this statement, Ibn Abil Hadid writes, "From this event, the belief gains strength that in this utterance the allusion is towards Umar. If the utterance means the word uttered by Ibn Abi Hathma, about which Amir al-Mu'minin has said that they are not her own heart's voice, but she was made to utter them, then doubtlessly the reference is to Omar, but the view that these words were uttered by Amir al-Mu'minin in praise of Omar is not at all established. Rather, from this tradition, it is evidently shown that these words were uttered by Ibn Abi Hathma. Allah alone knows on what ground the words of Ibn Abi Hathma are quoted, and then it is daringly argued that these words were uttered by Amir al-Mu'minin about Omar. It seems Amir al-Mu'minin had uttered these words about someone on some occasion. Then, Ibn Abi Hathma used similar words on Omar's death, and then even Amir al-Mu'minin's words were taken to be in praise of Omar. Otherwise, no mind except a mad one can argue that the words uttered by Ibn Abi Hathma should be deemed a ground to hold that Amir al-Mu'minin said these words in praise of Omar. Can it be expected, after the sermon of the camel's foam, that Amir al-Mu'minin might have uttered these words? Again, it is worth consideration that if these words had been uttered by Amir al-Mu'minin on Umar's death, then at the consultative committee, when he refused to follow the conduct of the two caliphs, it should have been said to him that only the other day he has said that Umar had established the sunnah and banished innovations. So that when his conduct was in accord with the sunnah, what was the sense in accepting the sunnah, but refusing to follow his conduct? Sermon 228. You drew out my hand towards you for allegiance. About allegiance to Amir al-Mu'minin for the caliphate. You drew out my hand towards you for allegiance, but I held it back. And you stretched it, but I contracted it. Then you crowed over me as the thirsty camels crowd on the watering cisterns on their being taken there. So much so that shoes were torn. Shoulder cloths fell away, and the weak got trampled. And the happiness of people on their allegiance to me was so manifested that small children felt joyful. The old staggered for it. The sick, too, reached for it helter-skelter, and young girls ran for it without veils.
وبسطتم يدي ففففتها ومددتموها فقبضتها ثم تداككتم علي تداك الإبل الهيم على حياضها يوم وردها حتى انقطعت النعل وسقط الرداء ووطئ الضعيف وبلغ من سرور الناس ببيعتهم إياي أن ابتهج بها الصغير وهدج إليها البير وتحامل نحوها العليل وحسرت إليها العليل.
Alternative sources for Sermon 228.
المفيد الإرشاد 142. المفيد الجمال 128 from
الوقيدي الجمل
الثقافي الغرات I 310. Ibn Tawas Kashf 173. Ibn Qutaybah Al-Imamah I 154. Al-Tabari Tarikh v 28. Ibn Abd Rabih Al-Aqd 2 165.
الكليني الرسائل الطبري المسترشد 95.
Sermon 229. Certainly, fear of Allah is the key to guidance. Advice about fear of Allah, and an account of those who remain apprehensive of death and adopt abstemiousness. Certainly, fear of Allah is the key to guidance, provision for the next world, freedom from every slavery, and deliverance from all ruin. With its help, the seeker succeeds, and he who makes for safety escapes and achieves his aims.
فإن تقوى الله مفتاح سداد وذخيرة معاد وعتق من كل ملة ونجاة من كل هلة بها ينجح الطائل وينجو الهارب وتنال الرغائب.
Perform acts while such acts are being raised, while repentance can be of benefit, prayer can be heard, conditions are peaceful, and the pens are in motion. Hasten towards actions before the change of age, lingering illness, or snatching death. Certainly, death will end your enjoyments, mar your pleasures, and remove your objectives. It is an unwanted visitor, an invincible adversary, and an unaccounting killer. Its ropes have entrapped you. Its evils have surrounded you. Its arrowheads have aimed at you. Its sway over you is great. Its oppression on you is continuous, and the chance of its missing you is remote.
فاعملوا والعمل يرفع والتوبة تنفع والدعاء يسمع والحال هادئة والأقلام جارية وبادروا بالأعمال عمرا ناكسا أو مرضا حابسا أو موتا خالسا فإن الموت هادم لذة أتم ومدرئ شهوات ومباعد طيات زائر غير محبوب وقرن غير مغلوب وواتر غير مطلوب قد أعلقتم حبائله وتم غوائله وأقصدتم معابله وعظمت فيهم سطوته وتتابع تعليم عدوته وقلت عنم نبوته.
Very soon you will be overwhelmed with the gloom of its shades, the severity of its illness, the darkness of its distresses, the nonsense utterances of its pangs, the grief of its destruction, the darkness of its encompassment, and the unwholesomeness of its taste. It will seem as if it has come to you all of a sudden, silenced those who were whispering to you, separated your group, destroyed your doings, devastated your houses, and altered your successors to distribute your estate among the chief relatives who did not give you any benefit, or the grieved near ones who could not protect, or those rejoicers who did not lament.
فيوشك أن تغشاكم دواج ظله واحتدام عله وحنادس غمراته وغواش سراته وأليم إرهاقه ودج أطباقه وجشوبة مذاقه. فإن قد أتاكم بغتة فاستنجيم وفرق نديم وعف آثاركم وعطل لدياركم وبعث أراثم. يقتسمون تراثما بين حميم خاص لم ينفع وقريب محزون لم يمنع وآخر شامت لم يجزع.
Therefore, it is upon you to strive, make effort, equip yourself, get ready, and provide yourself from the place of provision. And let not the life of this world deceive you, as it deceived those before you among the past people and bygone periods, those who extracted its milk, benefited from its neglectfulness, passed a long time, and turned its new things into old. Their abodes turned into graves, and their wealth into inheritable estate. They do not know who came to them. Do not pay heed to those who weep over them, and do not respond to those who call them. Therefore, beware of this world, as it is treacherous, deceitful, and cheating. It gives and takes back, covers with clothes and uncovers. Its pleasure does not last, its hardship does not end, and its calamity does not stop.
فعليم بالجد والاجتهاد والتأهب والاستعداد والتزود فمنزل الزاد. ولا تغرن من الدنيا كما غرت من كان قبلهم من الأمم الماضية والقرون الخالية الذين احتلبوا درتها وأصابوا غرتها وأفنوا عدتها وأخلقوا جدتها أصبحت مساكنهم أجذاثا وأموالهم ميراثا لا يعرفون من آتاهم ولا يحفلون من باهم ولا يجيبون من دعاهم. فاحذروا الدنيا فإنها غرارة خدوع معطية منوع ملبسة نزوع لا يدوم رخاوها ولا ينقض عناوها ولا يركد بلاوها.
A part of the same sermon about ascetics.
منها فصفة الزهاد.
They are from among the people of this world, but are not its people, because they remain in it as though they do not belong to it. They act herein on what they observe, and hasten herein what they fear. Their bodies move among the people of the next world. They see that the people of this world attach importance to the death of their bodies, but they themselves attach more importance to the death of the hearts of those who are living.
كانوا قوما من أهل الدنيا وليسوا من أهلها فأنوا فيها كمن ليس منها عملوا فيها بما يبصرون وبادروا فيها ما يحذرون تقلب أبدانهم بين ظهران أهل الآخرة يرون أهل الدنيا يعظمون موت أجسادهم وهم أشد إعظاما لموت.
قلوب أحيائهم. Alternative sources for Sermon 229.
Ibn al-Athir, al-Nihaya, I, 355, 2, 61, 103, 3, 174. Al-Amidi, غرار 112, 148, 213. Sermon 230. The Prophet manifested. Amir al-Mu'mineen delivered this sermon at Dhiqar on his way to Basra, and the historian al-Waqidi has mentioned it.
خطبها بذيقار وهو متوجه إلى البصرة. ذكرها الواقدي في كتاب الجمل.
About the Holy Prophet. The Prophet manifested whatever he was commanded and conveyed the messages of his Lord. Consequently, Allah repaired through him the cracks, joined through him the slits, and created affection among kin, although they bore intense enmity in chests and deep-seated rancor in hearts.
فصدع بما أمر به وبلغ رسالة ربه فلم يأسله به الصدع ورتق به الفتق وألف به بين ذوي الأرحام بعد العداوة الواغرة في الصدور والضغائن القادحة في القلوب.
Alternative sources for Sermon 230. Al-Mufid, Al-Jamal, 127. Al-Mufid, Al-Irshad, 115 from
الواقدي الجمل
Ibn Abd Rabih, Al-Iqd, 2, 227. Sermon 231. This money is neither for me nor for you. Abdullah ibn Zama'ah, who was one of the followers of Amir al-Mu'mineen, came to him during his caliphate to ask for some money when Amir al-Mu'mineen said, "This money is neither for me nor for you, but it is the collective property of the Muslims and the acquisition of their swords. If you had taken part with them in their fighting, you would have a share equal to theirs. Otherwise, the earning of their hands cannot be for other than their mouths."
إن هذا المال ليس لا ولا لك، وإنما هو فاء للمسلمين وجلب أسيافهم، فإن شاركتهم فحربهم كان لك مثل حظهم، وألا فجنات أيديهم لا تون لغير أفواههم.
Alternative sources for Sermon 231.
Al-Amidi, Ghurar 69.
Sermon 232. Know that the tongue is a part of a man's body.
On Jada ibn Khubayra al-Makhzumi's one inability to deliver a sermon.
About speaking the truth. Know that the tongue is a part of a man's body. If the man desists, speech will not cooperate with him, and when he dilates, speech will not give him time to stop. Certainly, we are the masters of speaking. Its veins are fixed in us, and its branches are hanging over us.
ألا إن اللسان بضعة من الإنسان فلا يسعده القول إذا امتنع ولا يمهله النطق إذا أتس وأنس آلام امرأة اللام وفينا
تنشبت عروقه وعلينا تهدت عصونه. Know that, may Allah have mercy on you, you are living at a time when those who speak about right are few, when tongues are loath to utter the truth, and those who stick to the right are humiliated. The people of this time are engaged in disobedience. Their youth are wicked, their old men are sinful, their learned men are hypocrites, and their speakers are sycophants. Their young ones do not respect their elders, and their rich men do not support the destitute.
واعلموا رحم الله أن من فاز زمان القائل فيه بالحق قليل واللسان عن الصدق كليل واللازم للحق ذليل أهله معتفنون على العصيان مصطلحون على الأدهان فتاهم عارم وشائبهم آثم معالمهم منافق وقارئهم مماذق لا يعظم
صغيرهم كبيرهم ولا يعول غنيهم فقيرهم. Alternative sources for Sermon 232. Al-Kulayni, Rauda, 396. Al-Raghib, Muhadarat, I, 89. الوطوط الغرار 108. الزمخشري ربيع I at the beginning. العامدي غرر 82 132. 1. Once Amir al-Mu'minin asked his nephew Jada ibn Hubayra al-Makhzumi to deliver a sermon. But when he rose for speaking, his tongue faltered, and he could utter nothing. Whereupon Amir al-Mu'minin ascended the pulpit to speak and delivered a long sermon, out of which a few sentences have been recorded here by As-Sayyid Ar-Radi. Sermon 233. They differ among themselves. Causes for difference in the features and traits of people. Talib al-Yamami has related from Ahmad ibn Qutaybah, and he from Abdullah ibn Yazid, and he from Malik ibn Dihya, who said, "We were with Amir al-Mu'minin when discussion arose about the differences of men, and then Amir al-Mu'minin said."
روى اليمان عن أحمد بن قتيبة عن عبد الله بن يزيد عن مالك بن دحية قال: كنا عند أمير المؤمنين عليه السلام وقد ذكر عنده اختلاف الناس فقل.
They differ among themselves because of the sources one of their clay. This is because they are either from saltish soil or sweet soil, or from rugged earth or soft earth. They resemble each other on the basis of the affinity of their soil and differ according to its difference. Therefore, sometimes a person of handsome features is weak in intelligence. A tall-statured person is of low courage. A virtuous person is ugly in appearance. A short-statured person is far-sighted. A good-natured person has an evil trait. A person of perplexed heart has bewildering mind, and a sharp-tongued person has a wakeful heart.
أنما فرق بينهم مبادئ طينهم، وذلك أنهم كانوا فلقة من سبخ أرض وعذبها، وحزن تربة وسهلها، فهم على حسب قرب أرضهم يتقاربون، وعلى قدر اختلافها يتفاوتون، فتام الرواء ناقص العقل، وماد القامة قصير الهمة، وذاك العمل قبيح المنظر، وقريب القعر بعيد السبر، معروف الضريبة من الجليبة، وتائه القلب متفرق اللب وطليق.
اللسان حديد الجنان. Alternative sources for Sermon 233. اليماني الطراز. الزمخشري ربيع I 110. 1. Amir al-Mu'minin has ascribed the differences in features and characters of people to the differences in the clay from which they are created, and according to which their features are shaped and the skeletons of their characters are formed. Therefore, to the extent that their clay of origin is akin, their mental and imaginative tendencies too will be similar, and to the extent by which they differ, there will be a difference in their inclinations and tendencies. By origins of a thing are meant those things on which its coming into existence depends, but they should not be its cause. The word tin is the plural of tina, which means origin or basis. Here, tina means semen, which, after passing through various stages of development, emerges in the human shape. Its origin means those constituents from which those items are created which help in the formation of semen. Thus, by saltish, sweet, soft, or hard soil, the reference is to these elementary constituents. Since those elementary constituents carry different properties, the semen growing out of them will also bear different characteristics and propensities, which will show forth in the differences in features and conduct of those born in it. Ibn Abil Hadid has written that origins of dina implies those preservative factors which are different in their properties, as Plato and other philosophers have held. The reason for calling them origins of tina is that they serve as an asylum for the human body and prevent the elements from diffusion. Just as the existence of a thing hinges on its basis, In the same way, the existence of this body, which is made up of elements, depends on preservative factors. So long as the preservative factor exists, the body is also safe from disruption and disintegration, and the elements too are immune to diffusion and dispersal. When it leaves the body, the elements also get dispersed. According to this explanation, Amir al-Mu'minin's words would mean that Allah has created different original factors, among whom some are vicious and some are virtuous. Some are weak and some are strong, and every person will act according to his original factor. If there is similarity in the inclinations of two persons, it is because their original factor are similar, and if their tendencies differ, it is because their original factors do not have any similarity. But this conclusion is not correct because Amir al-Mu'minin's words do not only refer to differences in conduct and behavior, but also of features and shape. And the differences of features and shape cannot be the result of differences in original factors. In any case, whether the original factors are the cause of differences in features and conduct, or the elementary constituents are the cause, these words appear to lead to the negation of volition and to prove the compulsion in human actions, because if man's capacity for thinking and acting is dependent on tina, then he would be compelled to behave himself in a fixed way, on account of which he would neither deserve praise for good acts, nor be held blameworthy for bad habits. But this hypothesis is incorrect because it is well established that just as Allah knows everything in creation after its coming into being, in the same way He knew it before its creation. Thus, He knew what actions man would perform of his free will and what he would leave. Therefore, Allah gave him capacity to act according to his free will and created him from a suitable tina. This tana is not the cause of his actions so as to snatch away from him his free will, but the meaning of creating from suitable tana is that Allah does not, by force, stand in man's way, but allows him to tread the path he wants to tread of his own free will. Sermon 234. May my father and my mother shed their lives for you. Spoken when Amir al-Mu'minin was busy in the funeral ablution of the Holy Prophet and shrouding him. May my father and my mother shed their lives for you. O Messenger of Allah! With your death, the process of prophethood, revelation, and heavenly messages has stopped, which had not stopped at the death of others. Your position with us is so special that your grief has become a source of consolation as against the grief of all others. Your grief is also common, so that all Muslims share it equally. If you had not ordered endurance and prevented us from bewailing, we would have produced a store of tears, and even then the pain would not have subsided, and this grief would not have ended, and they would have been too little of our grief for you. But this is a matter that cannot be reversed, nor is it possible to repulse it. May my father and my mother die for you. Do remember us with Allah and take care of us. باب أنت وأم لقد انقطع بموتك ما لم ينقطع بموت غيرك من النبوة والأنباء وأخبار السماء. خصصت حتى صرت مسليا عمن سواك وعممت حتى صار الناس فيك سواء. ولولا أنك أمرت بالصبر ونهيت عن الجزع لانفدنا عليك ماء الشوان وإن الداء مماطلة والمد محالفا وقل لك ولنهى ما لا يملك ردة ولا يستطاع دفعه. Alternative sources for Sermon 234. Al-Mufid, Al-Amali, 60. Ibn al-Athir, Al-Nikhaya, 3, 143. Muhammad ibn Habib, Al-Amali, 112. Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Musnad, Hadith 228. Ibn Hisham, As-Sirat al-Nabawiyah, IV 213. Al-Baladhuri, Ansab, I 571. Abu Ishaq Ibrahim ibn Asari ibn Sahal al-Nahwi al-Amali 4 and C. Abd al-Zara 3 182. Sermon 235. I began following the path. In this sermon, Amir al-Mu'mineen has related his own condition after the Prophet's migration till his meeting with him. 1. I began following the path adopted by the Prophet and treading on the lines of his remembrance till I reached Al-Arj. As-Sayyid al-Radi says, Amir al-Mu'mineen's words, فَأَطَاعُوا ذِكْرَهُ, constitute the highest forms of brevity and eloquence. He means to say that he was being given news about the Prophet from the commencement of his setting out till he reached this place, and he has expressed this sense in this wonderful expression.
قال السيد الشريف رضي الله عنه عدة فحديث طويل فقوله عليه السلام من بدء خروج إلى أن انتهيت إلى هذا الموضع وكن عن ذلك بهذه الناية العجيبة.
Alternative sources for Sermon 235. Ibn al-Athir, An-Nihaya, v. 1. Since the commencement of prophethood, the Prophet remained in Mecca for 13 years. For him, this period was of the severest oppression and destitution. The unbelievers of the Quraysh had closed all the doors of livelihood upon him, and had left no deficiency in inflicting hardships upon him, so much so that in order to take his life, they began contriving how to do away with him. 40 of their nobles assembled in the hall of audience for consultation and decided that one individual should be picked out from every tribe, and they should jointly attack him. In this way, Banu Hashim would not dare to face all the tribes, and the matter would quieten down on the payment of blood price. To give a practical shape to this scheme, these people sat in ambush near the house of the Prophet on the night of the 1st of Rabi al-Awwal, so that when the Prophet slept in his bed, he would be attacked. On this side, the preparation for killing him was complete, and on the other side, Allah informed him of all the intrigues of the Quraysh unbelievers, and commanded him to make Ali sleep on his bed, and himself to emigrate to Medina. The Prophet sent for Ali, and disclosing to him his plan, said, Ali, you lie on my bed. Amir al-Mu'mineen inquired, O Messenger of Allah, will your life be saved by my sleeping here? The Prophet said, Yes. Hearing this, Amir al-Mu'mineen performed a prostration in thanksgiving and, exposing himself fully to the danger, lay on the Prophet's bed while the Prophet left from the rear door. The Quraysh unbelievers were peeping and getting ready for the attack, but Abu Lahab said, It is not proper to attack in the night because there are women and children also in the house. When morning dawns, you attack him, but keep watch during night that he should not move anywhere. Consequently, they kept their eyes on the bed throughout the night, and soon, on the appearance of the dawn, proceeded forward stealthily. Hearing the sound of their footsteps, Amir al-Mu'mineen removed the covering from his face and stood up. The Quraysh gazed at him with stretched eyes as to whether it was an illusion or fact. After making sure that it was Ali, they inquired, Where is Muhammad? And Ali replied, Did you entrust him to me, that now you are asking me? They had no reply to this. Men ran to chase him, but found footprints only up to the cave of Thor. Beyond that, there were neither footprints nor any sign of hiding in the cave. They came back bewildered, while the Prophet, after staying in the cave for 3 days, left for Medina. Amir al-Mu'mineen passed these 3 days in Mecca, returned to the people their properties lying in trust with the Prophet, and set off towards Medina to join the Prophet. Up to Al-Arj, which is a place between Mecca and Medina, he kept getting news about the Prophet, and he continued his anxious march in his search till he met the Prophet at Quba on the 12th of Rabi al-Awwal and entered Medina with him. At Tabari, at Tafsir, Volume 9, pp. 148 to 151, at Tarikh, Volume 1, pp. 1232 to 1234, Ibn Sa'd, at Tabakat, Volume 1, Part 1, pp. 153 to 154, Ibn Hisham, As-Sirah, Volume 2, pp. 124 to 128, Ibn al-Athir, Usadat al-Gaba, Volume 4, page 25, Al-Kamil, Volume 2, pp. 101 to 104.
Kathir, At-Tafsir, Volume 2, pp. 302 to 303. At-Tarikh, Volume 3, pp. 180 to 181. Ibn Abil Hadid, Volume 13, pp. 303 to 306. As-Suyuti, Ad-Dur al-Manthur, Volume 3, pp. 179 to 180. Al-Allama al-Majlisi, Bihar al-Anwar, Volume 19, pp. 28 to 103.
Sermon 236. Perform acts while you are still in the vastness of life, about collecting provision for the next world while in this world, and performing good acts before death. Perform acts while you are still in the vastness of life. The books are open. Repentance is allowed, the runner away is being called, and the sinner is being given hope before the action is put off. Time expires, life ends, the door for repentance is closed, and angels ascend to the sky.
فاعملوا وأنتم في نفس البقاء والصحف منشورة والتوبة مبسوطة والمدبر يدعى والمسؤول يرجع قبل أن يخمد العمل وينقطع المهل وتنقض المدة وتسد أبواب التوبة وتصعد الملائكة.
Therefore, a man should derive benefit from himself for himself, from the living for the dead, from the mortal for the lasting, and from the departer for the stayer. A man should fear Allah while he is given age to live up to his death, and is allowed time to act. A man should control himself by the rein and hold it with its bridle. Thus, by the rein, he should prevent it from disobedience towards Allah, and by the bridle, he should lead it towards obedience to Allah.
فأخذ امرؤ من نفسه لنفسه وأخذ من حال لميت ومن فان لباق ومن ذاهب لدائم. امرؤ خاف أهله وهو معمر إلى أجله ومنظور إلى عمله. امرأ الجم نفسه بلجامها وزمها بزمامها فأمسكها بلجامها عن معاصي هله وقادها بزمامها. الطاعة.
Alternative sources for Sermon 236. Al-Amidi, Ghurar, 54. Sermon 237. They have been collected. About the two arbitrators and disparagement of the people of Syria.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام.
Rude, low people and mean slaves. They have been collected from all sides and picked up from every pack. They need to be taught the tenets, disciplined, instructed, trained, supervised, and led by the hand. They are neither muhajirun, nor ansar, nor those who made their dwellings in the abode and in belief.
جفاة طغام عبيد أقزام جمعوا من كل أوب وتلقطوا من كل شوب ممن ينبغي أن يفقه ويؤدب ويعلم ويدرب. ويوول عليه ويؤخذ على يديه ليسوا من المهاجرين والأنصار ولا من الذين تبوأوا الدار.
Look, they have chosen for themselves one who is nearest of all of them to what they desire, while you have chosen one who is nearest to what you dislike. You may certainly recall that the other day, Abdullah ibn Qais was saying, "It is a mischief, therefore cut away your bowstring and sheathe your swords." If he was right, then he was wrong in marching without being forced. But if he was lying, then he should be viewed with suspicion. Therefore, send Abdullah ibn al-Abbas to face Amr ibn al-As. Make use of these days and surround the borders of Islam. Do you not see that your cities are being attacked and your prowess is being aimed at? Alternative sources for Sermon 237. Ibn Qutaybah, Al-Imamah, I 154. Al-Thaqafi, Al-Gharat, I 312.
Al-Kulayni, Al-Rasail, Al-Tabari, Al-Mustarshid, 95.
Ibn Tawus, Kashf, 173. Sufwa, Jamhara. Sermon 238. They are life for knowledge and death for ignorance. Amir al-Mu'mineen describes herein the members of the Prophet's family.
ومن خطبة له عليه السلام.
They are life for knowledge and death for ignorance. Their forbearance tells you of their knowledge, their outer self of their inner self, and their silence of the wisdom of their speaking. They do not go against right, nor do they differ about it. They are the pillars of Islam and the asylums of protection. With them, right has returned to its position, and wrong has left its place, and its tongue is severed from its root. They have understood the religion attentively and carefully, not by mere heresy or from relators, because the relators of knowledge are many, but its understanders are few.
هم عيش العلم وموت الجهل، يخبركم حلمهم عن علمهم، ظاهركم عن باطنهم، وصمتهم عن حم، منطقهم لا يخالفون الحق ولا يختلفون فيه. هم دعائم الإسلام وولائج الاعتصام، بهم عاد الحق في نصابه وانزاح الباطل مقامه، وانقطع لسانه عن منبته. عقلوا الدين عقل وعاية ورعاية، لا عقل سماع ورواية، فإن رواة العلم كثير ورعاته قليل.
Alternative sources for Sermon 238. Al-Kulayni, Rauda, 386. Al-Harrani, Tuhath, 163. Sermon 239. O Ibn al-Abbas, when Uthman ibn Affan was surrounded, Abdullah ibn al-Abbas brought a letter to Amir al-Mu'mineen from Uthman, in which he expressed the desire that Amir al-Mu'mineen should leave for his estate Yanbu, so that the proposal that was being mooted out for him to become caliph should subside. Uthman had this request earlier also. Upon this, Amir al-Mu'mineen said to Ibn al-Abbas,
قاله لعبد الله بن العباس وقد جاء برسالة من عثمان بن عفان وهو محصور يسأله فيها الخروج إلى ماله بينبع ليقول: هتف الناس باسمه للخلافة بعد أن كان سأله مثل ذلك من قبل.
فقال عليه السلام, O Ibn al-Abbas, Uthman just wants to treat me like the water-drawing camel so that I may go forward and backward with the bucket. Once he sent me word that I should go out, then sent me word that I should come back. Now, again, he sends me word that I should go out. By Allah, I continued protecting him till I feared lest I become a sinner. Alternative sources for Sermon 239. Ibn Qutaybah, Al-Imamah, I 34. Al-Mubarrad, Al-Kamil, I 11. Ibn Abd al-Rabbih, Al-Iqdi, IV 309. Sermon 240, exhorting his men to jihad and asking them to refrain from seeking ease.
ومن كلام الله عليه السلام:
Allah seeks you to thank Him and assigns to you His affairs. He has allowed time in the limited field so that you may vie with each other in seeking the reward. Therefore, tight up your girdles and wrap up the skirts. High courage and dinners do not go together. Sleep causes weakness in the big affairs of the day, and darkness obliterates the memories of courage. Alternative sources for Sermon 240. Al-Amidi, Ghurar, 308. Bibliography of alternative sources of Nahjul Balagha. In the following bibliography, works written before or about the same time as Nahjul Balagha are indicated by asterisk, 1 for extant works and 2 for those which, apparently, have been lost. An asterisk upon a title in the lists of sources indicates an edition of it used by the marhum Imtiaz Ali Khan Arshi, and its particulars are mentioned hereafter that of the edition of it referred to by Abd al-Zahra al-Husseini. This bibliography is based on those given by Abd al-Zahra, who, unfortunately, does not mention the year of publication of many books, some of which may be presumed to have been undated by the publishers.
Al-Abi, Abu Sa'id Mansur ibn al-Husayn, Nathr al-Durar.
Abdel al-Jabbar, al-Qadi al-Mughni. Abu al-Faraj, Ali ibn al-Hussein al-Isfakhani, Kitab al-Aghani, Bulaq, Egypt, 1285.
Maqatil al-Talibiyin, ed.
by Al-Sayyid Ahmad al-Saqar, Cairo.
Abu Mikhnaf, Lut ibn Yahya al-Azdi, Al-Khutbat al-Zahra li-Amir al-Mu'minin, Al-Jamal. Abu Nu'aym, Abdullah ibn Ahmad al-Isfahani, Hilyat al-Awliya wa Tabaqat al-Asfiya, Matba'at al-Sa'ada, Cairo, 1351.
Tarikh Isbahan, Beirut.
Abu Talib, Yahya ibn al-Husayn al-Husayni, Al-Amali, Muassasat al-Alami, Beirut. Abu Talib al-Makki, Kut al-Qulub, Cairo. Abu Ubayyid, Al-Amwal, Cairo. Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Kitab al-Zuhd, manuscript in Al-Maktabat al-Zahiriyya, Damascus. Kitab al-Fada'il. Al-Ahwazi, Al-Husayn ibn Sa'id, Kitab al-Zuhd, Kitab al-Du'a wa al-Dhikr. Al-Amidi, Gharar al-Hikam, wa Durar al-Kalim, ed.
Ahmad Shawqi, مطبعة النعمان، نجف.
الآل العلوسي، بلوغ العراب في أحوال العرب، ed. محمد بهجة العثيري، كايرو. السيد العامين، العاملي أعيان الشيعة، بغداد. العاميني الغدير، second ed. Tehran, 1372. أسعد حيدر. الإمام الصادق والمذاهب الأربعة، نجف. الأسكري، الإمام، تفسير القرآن، إيران. الأسكري، أبو هلال، العوائل، كايرو.
جمهرات الأمثال، الصناعتين، ed.
محمد علي al-Bajadi and Muhammad Abu al-Fadl Ibrahim, Dar Ihya al-Kutub al-Arabiya, Cairo, 1371-1952.
ديوان المعاني.
العسكري، أبو أحمد الحسن ابن عبد الله ابن سعيد، الزواجر، والمواعظ، التصحيف، والتحريف، كايرو. المسون، ed. عبد الله خارون، كويت. العياشي، أبو النادر محمد ابن مسعود، تفسير العياشي، المطبعة العلمية، كوم، 1380H.
زهد أمير المؤمنين.
الأزهري، تحضيب اللغة، كايرو.
Al-Baghdadi, Al-Khatib, Tarikh Baghdad, Cairo, also Al-Alami, Beirut. Al-Sheikh Al-Bahai, Baha al-Din, Al-Arba'in, Iran, 1310. Al-Bahrani, Kamal al-Din, Maytham ibn Ali, Sharh Nahjul Balagha, Mu'assasat al-Nasr, Tehran, 1384. Minhaj al-Arifin, manuscript. Al-Bahrani, Al-Sayyid Hashim, Al-Burhan fi Tafsir al-Quran, Iran. Al-Baladuri, Ahmed ibn Yahya, Ansab al-Ashraf, Cairo, 1955. Futuh al-Buldan. Al-Baqillani, Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn al-Tayyib, I'jaz al-Quran, ed. Sayyid Ahmad al-Saghar, Dar al-Ma'arif, Cairo. Al-Barqi, Ahmad ibn Muhammad ibn Khalid, Al-Mahasin, Al-Matba'at al-Haydariyya, Najaf, 1384. Al-Bayhaqi, Ibrahim ibn Muhammad, Al-Mahasin wa Al-Masawi, Beirut. Al-Bayhaqi, Zayd ibn Muhammad, Hilyat al-Ashraf, Egypt. Al-Bukhari, Sahih, Egypt. Al-Daylami, Al-Hasan ibn Al-Hasan, Irshad al-Qulub ila al-Sawab, Beirut. A'lam al-Din, Al-Dad-Ha Adha B, Muhammad ibn Ahmad, Mizan al-I'tidal fi Naqd al-Rijal, Cairo, 1382. Al-Dinawari, Abu Hanifa, Al-Akhbar al-Tiwal, ad. Abd al-Mun'im Amir and Dr. Jamal al-Din al-Shayal, Cairo, 1960. Al-Fatal, al-Nishaburi, Raudat al-Wa'izin, Najaf, 1384. Furat, al-Kufi, Ibn Ibrahim ibn Furat, Tafsir Furat al-Kufi, Al-Matba'at al-Haydariyya, Najaf. Al-Ghazali, Ihya Ulum al-Din, Matba'at al-Istiqama, Cairo. Al-Haffar, Abu al-Fat Hilal ibn Muhammad ibn Ja'far, Al-Amali, Al-Insaf. Al-Hakim al-Nishaburi, Al-Mustadrak ala al-Sahihain, Cairo. Al-Harani, Ibn Shu'ba, Tuhaf al-Uqul, مؤسسة العالمي للمطبوعات، بيروت. الحراوي، أبو عبيدة أحمد ابن محمد، الجمع بين الغريبين، manuscript in المكتبة الظاهرية، Damascus, number 5 لغة 1588-50. الهيثامي، نور الدين علي ابن أبي بكر، مجمع الزوائد ومنبع الفوائد. الهمياري، أبو العباس عبد الله ابن جعفر القمي، قرب الإسناد، المطبعات الهيدرية، نجف. الحور، العاملي، محمد ابن الحسن، وسائل الشيعة، طهران، 1383. عمل العامل، نجف. الحساري، ظهر العدب، كايرو. ابن عبد البار، الاستيعاب، إيجيبت. جميع بيان العلم وفضله، كايرو. ابن عبد ربي المالكي، العقد الفريد، المطبعات الأزهرية، كايرو، 1321. ابن أبي الحديد، شرح نهج البلاغة، Egypt, 1329. الحكم المنثورة، ابن الساكير، تاريخ دمشق، manuscript in المكتبة الزاخرية، Damascus. ابن آثم، أبو محمد أحمد الكوفي، الفتوح، Hyderabad, 1388. ابن الأثير، إز الدين أبو الحسن علي، أس del Gaba، Bulak, Egypt. Al-Kamil fi al-Tarikh, Beirut. Ibn al-Athir, Majd al-Din Abu al-Sa'dat al-Mubarak,
النهاية في غريب الحديث والآثار كايرو.
ابن دعاب عيسى ابن يزيد ابن Bakr ibn Dab Kitab ibn Dab quoted in Al-Saduq Al-Khisal 114 and Al-Majlisi Bihar IX 450. Ibn Durayed Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn al-Hasan al-Azdi al-Basri al-Ishtiqaq ed by Abd al-Salam Harun Matba'at al-Sunnat al-Muhammadiyya Cairo 1378.
المجتانى المعتلف والمختلف. Ibn al-Faqih Abu Bakr Ahmad ibn Ibrahim al-Hamdani al-Buldan Leiden 1885. Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani Lisan al-Mizan Beirut. Ibn Ha-Yud Khayl Abu al-Hasan Ali Ain al-Adab wa al-Siyasa in al-Watwats Ghurar al-Khasa'is Egypt 1318. Ibn al-Jawzi Abu al-Faraj al-Muntazim Cairo. Ibn Kathir Ismail ibn Umar al-Bidaya wa al-Nihaya Cairo. Ibn Khallikn Wafayat al-Ayan ed. Al-Sheikh Muhammad Muhyi ad-Din Abd al-Hamid Cairo. Ibn M. Miskawaya Tajarib al-Umam. Ibn al-Mu'taz Abd Allah al-Abbasi al-Badi' ed. by Muhammad ibn al-Munim al-Khafaji Cairo. Ibn al-Nadim Muhammad ibn Ishaq al-Fihrist Tehran. Ibn Qubbah al-Razi al-Insaf fi al-Imamah. Ibn Qafutay al-Dinawari al-Ma'arif Dar al-Kutub al-Misriya Cairo. Gharib al-Hadith manuscript in al-Maktabat al-Zahiriya Damascus. Uyun al-Akhbar Dar al-Kutub al-Misriya Cairo 1925. Al-Imama Waw al-Siyasa ad. Mustafa al-Halabi al-Babi Cairo 1377. Ibn Qubaba al-Razi Abu Ja'far Muhammad ibn Abd al-Rahman al-Insaf fi al-Imama. Ibn Sa'd Katib al-Waqidi al-Tabaqat al-Kubra Leiden. Ibn Salam Abu Ubaid al-Qasim al-Harawi Gharib al-Hadith. Two manuscripts of it exist, one in Al-Maktabat al-Mahmudiyya al-Madina dated 1106, and the other in the library of Sheikh al-Islam Arif Hikmat in the same city, dated 666. Ibn Shar Ashayub Manaqib al-Abi Talib, Iran. Ma'alim al-Ulama, Najaf. Ibn Shakir Fawat al-Wafayat, Egypt. Ibn Shams al-Khilafa Jafar al-Adab Matba'at al-Sa'ada Cairo. Ibn al-Sabbagh al-Maliki Al-Fusul al-Muhimma Najaf. Ibn Talhaha al-Shafi'i Kamal al-Din Muhammad Matalib al-Su'ul Najaf. Ibn Tawas Al-Sayyid Ali al-Yaqin Najaf Kashf al-Mahajja Faraj al-Mahmum. Ibrahim ibn al-Husayn ibn Dizil al-Muhaddith Siffin.
إبراهيم ابن الصري ابن سهل النحوي العملي.
الإبشيهي بها الدين محمد المستطرف في كل فن مستزرف Egypt. الإربيلي بها الدين علي ابن عيسى كشف الغمة نجاف. الإسكافي أبو جعفر محمد ابن عبد الله نقد الأثمانية. إسماعيل ابن موسى ابن جعفر الصدوق الجعفريات. الجاهشاري أبو عبد الله محمد ابن عبدس الوزراء والكتاب First Ed Egypt. الجاحيز أبو عثمان البخلاء بيروت. البيان والتبيين المطبعة العلمية كايرو 1311H. الحيوان بيروت. الرسائل إد عبد السلام حارون كايرو. المئة المختارة من كلام الإمام Manuscripts C عبد الزهراء I 61 المحاسن والعداد كايرو. الجلودي عبد العزيز ابن يحيى البصري الملاحم. الصفين. الجوهري أحمد ابن عبد العزيز. زيادة السقيفة. السقيفة. الجوهري إسماعيل ابن حماد الصحاح. الجزائري نعمة الله الأنوار النعمانية إيران. الجحاني زيد ابن وهب خطب أمير المؤمنين عليه السلام. الكلبي أبو المنذر هشام ابن محمد جمهرة الأنصاب خطب علي كرم الله وجهه. الكراجاكي أبو الفتح محمد ابن علي كنز الفوائد إيران 1323. معدن الجواهر إد. السيد أحمد الحسيني قم. التعجب. كاشف الغطاء الشيخ هادي مدارك نهج البلاغة نجف. الكشي أبو عمرو محمد ابن عمر ابن عبد العزيز رجال الكشي نجف. الخزاز ابن خالد الكوفي خطب أمير المؤمنين. الخوانساري ردة الجنة lithograph. الخزائي نعيم ابن حماد كتاب الفتن. الخوئي حبيب الله منهج البراءة First Ed lithograph Iran. الخوارزمي الخطيب المناقب نجف. مقتل الحسين مطبعة الزهراء نجف. الكندي أبو عمرو محمد ابن يوسف الولاة A القدات كايرو. الكليني محمد ابن يعقوب الكافي دار الكتب الإسلامية تهران 1381. روضة الكافي نجف 1385. الرسائل. المدائني أبو الحسن علي ابن الحسين الجمال صفين. الخوارج. الفتوح خطب علي وكتبه إلى عماله. المحمودي نهج السعادة في مستدرك نهج البلاغة نجف. المجلسي بهار الأنوار المطبعة الإسلامية تهران. تنقيح المقال نجف. المماتيري نزهة الأبصار. المرزباني محمد ابن عمران المنيق. مسعادة ابن صداقة خطاب أمير المؤمنين narrated from الإمام الصادق. المسودي علي ابن الحسين إثبات الوصية نجف. مروج الذهب إد الشيخ محمد محيي الدين عبد الحامد كايرو. الموردي آداب الدنيا والدين إيجيبت. أعلام النبوة كايرو. الميداني مجمع الأمثال إد الشيخ محمد محيي الدين عبد الحميد كايرو. المبرد أبو العباس محمد ابن يزيد العزدي البصري الكامل دار العهد الجديد كايرو. الفاضل إد عبد العزيز الميماني دار الكتب المصرية كايرو 1375-1956. المقتدب. المفيد محمد ابن النعمان. الاختصاص إيران 1379. العملي
المطبعة الحيدرية نجف 1369.
الإرشاد lithograph إيران الفصول المختارة من العيون والمحاسن نجف 1367.
الجمال المطبعة الحيدرية نجف 1368.
المقناءة ALMUFADDA ابن محمد الدبي.
الأمثال محمد ابن عبد الوهاب رسالة أصول الإيمان المطبعة السلفية كايرو. محمد ابن حبيب البغدادي أسماق المغتالين من العشرف في الجاهلية والإسلام العمالي. محمد ابن قاسم ابن يعقوب رواد الأخيار كايرو 1307. المرتدى علي ابن الحسين العمالي Egypt 1325.
أجوبات المسائل الطرابلسية manuscript. الشافعي إيران. مسلم صحيح Egypt. المتقي علي ابن حسام الدين الهندي كنز العمال. النجاشي رجال النجاشي